At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Bowton John, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Patrick Randolph, Dinty, Eric Canales, Frodo NL, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Michael Pitsley, Rick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Richard Lorbieski, Jenna Farron, Rob Inman, Alan Murphy, Stephen Wagner, Terry Steen, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the only show in the world featuring David Ladd. It's time to grease your weasel and do whatever yo please'll, cause we're about to rock your 8-bit world.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Do you like wires? Do you like to drive? If you put those two things together, we've got a surprise for you today. We are excited as David Ladd in a floppy museum today. Well, hello, panel. How y'all doing out there?
Doing great.
Hello.
Pretty good.
Glad to
Pretty
be
excited.
here.
Good.
Well, that's great to hear. Hi, everyone. I'm your guest streamer here for Stevie Stroh, and we have an exciting panel for you today. We've got a new release coming soon for Nitrous 9 Ease of Use Beta 6. There is a spoiler alert. It is going to include Drivewire, and you're going to hear more about that soon. I want to point out our ease of use skin. There's some tweaking I'd like to do on that live chat. It's a little busy there with the single spacing, but we'll see what we can do. But let's go around the panel and see who's here and get right into the show. On the top left on the Hollywood Squares, Rick Euland, are you out there? And can you hear us?
I'm not sure how I got here, but yes, I am present and accounted for.
I don't know either. I don't know how any of us are here. But a guy who knows a few things about a few things, he's on Discord. You can find him there. Mr. Alan Murphy.
Howdy, everyone. Hope y'all doing all right.
Resident Apple guy. He likes and knows the 6502, but don't hold that against him. He is here. He is all in on Motorola and the 6X09 today. So that's Mark D. Overholzer.
Glad to be here, and I love Motorola too, because without it, there wouldn't have been the 6502.
That's right. See, I knew the Apple community had something to thank us for. But a guy, I'm so excited. A guy who knows about high scores and how to count them. He's really good at counting scores. You know him, you love him. He's a Canadian national treasure and now an international treasure. Nick L. Marotta.
Nick Moroder. Nick
Yes,
Moroder.
we all have the middle name L up here. Yes, it's a Canadian thing. That's a very nice intro. Thank you very much, Rob. I wasn't sure who you were talking about there for a sec.
I wasn't sure either. I just know we have to go live, and I got words got to come out of my mouth.
So you didn't mean it at all? Is that what you're telling me?
Ask me after the show, and I'll let you know if I meant it.
All right. Love you too, man.
But we're really excited to have you here, Nick, and we're also excited to have Bill Noble, a guy who's been staring at a lot of code lately and getting us ready for the big news today. Bill, can you hear us? Can you tear
Hello,
yourself?
Everybody.
Can you tear yourself away from G Shell for 1 second here?
I can, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. No, we're really appreciative of all the work that you're doing, and we're going to hear more shortly. A guy who also helps me and Stevie out often and knows about streaming and has an enormous headset. It's Mark Mosley.
Hello, how you doing?
That's true. They say it's not the size of the headset. It's just whether we can hear you. So that's good.
Or I can hear you guys.
Absolutely. L. Curtis Boyle needs no introduction. How are you?
Not too bad. I also want to point out it's not just EOU today. Nick Marentes will be previewing a new product today too. So
sorry,
double whammy today.
Sorry, who's that?
Remind me to wake up just in time for it.
And it's not a trash can this time, so it's actually something different. So,
but it could be.
He's president of the Nick Marentes fan club as well.
Oh yeah, well
Nick Marentes is. Yeah,
I'll have
and
to
the single member as well. So,
I'll predict it's a new add-on that lets you redirect water through Rally SG.
Yeah, the roads flood with water. It's a new twist. It's rally pipes.
And there's a really big couch there.
Doesn't include furniture.
Rally float.
Yep.
Great.
Okay,
well,
we beat that one to death.
Well, I'll have to Google that guy Nick Marentes so I can figure out who that is. But that sounds terrific, guys. Drivewire.
No, it doesn't.
Drivewire comes in several forms, and one of the most modern forms is PyDrivewire. We've got the father of PyDrivewire here on the panel. It's Mike Furman.
Hey guys, how you doing? Been a while.
Oh, welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, just been super busy. So
I'm just coming in time for a good long snooze.
That's right. Not ready for nap time.
Okay.
I gotta turn it on. There you go.
Yeah. See now. The future's so bright, you got to wear shades.
Little Timbuk 3, nice.
That's right. Is that Canadian? I don't know.
I don't know.
Trying to bond with our friends up north. But back here in Arizona, there's a garage. It's a big garage, and it's got lots of stuff in it. And there's a guy who is there, and he loves OS9 and ease of use. His name's Ron Delvaux.
Hello. Yep, we love pictures too. Pictures and CoCo Central right here.
That's right. And there's going to be some fun stuff we're going to be able to talk about, Ron, that I think you'll probably enjoy, like MV Canvas.
You bet.
But, we'll be talking about that later. Something that we'll be perhaps getting to that we have on ease of use is all-time use and lots of MIDI stuff. And we know our friend in Australia, Danny O'Connor, has a lot of equipment that will go with those programs. How are you doing, Danny?
I'm doing really good. I'm excited to be here. I can't wait to hear David Ladd's excitement on the show today, because I believe he's going to be very excited about floppies and drive wires and ease of use.
We shall see. Well, let's switch over to CoCo Man, who knows a few things about switches. And how many
segue.
How many
Whoa,
talk?
that was awesome. Sorry. I'm just in awe of that.
And
Go ahead.
hopefully there's a toggle switch to end this show if if it goes south. But Jason, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm ready to go. I got Drivewire cables. We're ready to go.
All you need is the David Ladd voice.
Oh,
That's coming shortly.
yeah.
Great. Oh, I was trying to read on my OBS screen the next guest on the panel, but I certainly didn't have to look very hard. Speaking of music, it's the man, the maestro, the MIDI master, Brian Shoebring. How are you doing? So pretty much the usual.
I have no idea what he said.
So the usual gibberish.
Exactly.
Was that Jabba the Hutt?
I used to be able to hear.
Wookie.
It was Pizza the Hut.
What
You know,
did
they-
you spit up?
No. I'm doing good. I hope everybody else is doing good. And holiday season is upon us, so let's make the CoCo sing some Christmas carols.
Absolutely. The Shoebring family must really enjoy those virtual Thanksgivings with you.
Yeah, my wife starts screaming, "Turn down that volume!"
Turn down yours first.
That's how we make it up. We make it up in volume.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I turned it down.
Well, great. Well, we are a worldwide community, and somebody who is somewhere else in the world. I want to say France, but I really can't remember. So, Alan, tell us where you are, and welcome to the show. Alan, Mr. AC 8-bit, are you out there?
Hey, I'm here. So I came because I heard this was about EOU, and that is episode of uselessness, isn't it?
If you ask certain people, yes.
Yes.
Okay, well then I'm in the right place.
Nice.
You're actually in the States, Alan, aren't you?
I am. I'm in Virginia.
Okay.
It's a long way
think
from France.
I'm getting my newer guest.
You're getting your
There's
8 bits
another
mixed up. It's
person.
8 bits in the basement, I think. That's
Yes.
from France.
France.
Oh, yeah.
Was
Yeah,
from
from
Ireland.
France.
Now he's in
I
France.
think he's in Ireland. Is that right?
He's Irish, but I think he lives in France.
I think he
if I
lives in
remember
France.
Ireland
Okay.
and France go into that equation somewhere. I don't know which side.
That's got to make for an
Okay.
interesting accent.
Well, maybe we can,
Right.
you guys.
Yeah, my accent, it's more of a Southern Appalachian accent. So hopefully you can bear it.
We appreciate you being on the show. And if you could move somewhere like France, that'll be more exciting next time. That'd be good.
Move somewhere more exciting for next time. Work on that.
Yeah, really.
Exactly. Develop a German accent or something interesting like that.
Because these days it really matters where you live. When we're all just on Zoom.
Yeah, because you can't leave nowadays, so you might as well live somewhere interesting, right?
Yeah, it's just all about where you say you live.
That's true.
Yes, 8 bits in the basement verifies Irish guy in France IB.
Ah,
But does he really have a basement?
Ooh.
yes,
Yes. If
Yes.
you watched his videos, he definitely does.
yes.
We're sure it's a real basement and not a basement set or a green screen or something.
It could be a very elaborate ruse, but it's convincing.
Yeah. Anyway, on to the next contestant.
On to the next contestant. I
Oh,
think
do we win something?
I think we might have a major announcement because I saw in the background of Chet Simpson's screen Digger for OS9. I believe you were about to announce that game, Chet. No?
Yeah, that's coming in 2023. Yeah, Curtis is going to be helping me on it. He's already committed to it. We talked about it last night, so it's everything's going to go. I greenlit it this morning. We've already got funding, and it's going to be produced by D's Nuts. Really good guy. Worked on some projects with him, a couple of years ago, and he came through for me. So.
I think I voted for D's Nuts once upon a time.
Yeah, my contribution is that I will type in the DOS command. So it's all
Yeah, he taught me how to do that. I mean, it was so great. I've never, ever done that before. It was the most incredible experience ever. I mean, typing DOS and just sitting there waiting for things to load. I mean, can you imagine?
Well, we'll definitely have some trolling today, and And Chet, in all seriousness, if there are some things that you want to jump in and cover today, because we are moving fast, please ping me in the Zoom chat or let us know on the panel. And
no, this is all this is Curtis's stuff. I mean, they've Curtis and Bill and the other people they've been working for what I mean, guys, 30 years on and off. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, because I mean, I remember when you guys started this. So this is a huge thing that the advancement of OS9 over the years has been incredible, and I think a lot of people are going to be seeing a lot of that today.
Well,
way to oversell it, Chet. Now I feel nervous.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to give you a good introduction and make sure that everything was covered, so that
How much is he paying you?
I'm getting a free copy of the ease of use that actually works, not the one that you got.
Well,
good thing I'm drinking straight vodka this show.
Next on the Hollywood Squares, our next guest has a lot of things that works and picks up a lot of stuff on eBay. He's Brian Weasler.
Hello all. Welcome to the show.
Well, great.
Okay.
Is that all you have?
Do you have up with that little bit, that too little of commentary?
He knows how to keep his intro short and sweet so we can get on with the show.
Yes, the one guy who knows how to do that. But do let us know, Brian, if you have a trunk of stuff that we need to go through later in the show. I know you're always out there. There was some criticism of our next guest in the chat, specifically around the trash can icon that he created for ease of use. I believe somebody said that it looks too tall, and I wanted to know.
I corrected Tim Lindner on that because he said it looks too tall, and I said, there's so much crap in so much trashy crap in Nitrous 9. You need a tall trash can to hold it all, so we're good.
Well, we're excited to have you. In all seriousness, Nick Marentes, we're really thrilled to have
everyone.
You on the panel.
I was bribed to come here, so here I am.
Well, plus he's got his own announcement, so stay tuned for that.
You actually got your bribe?
I'll double it if you leave.
Everybody's checks were lost.
Throwing it down there, Nick.
I'll go for the highest bidder. Here comes Ferrari number 5.
Well, I can tell you, I'm a proud owner of one of our next guests program, which was the I knew I was going to screw that up. The Lumberjack program. What was the name, Paul?
Timberman, but
yes.
Whatever.
I rarely play it, as you can tell.
That makes it sound really good.
Yeah. He's also helped make some card games and stuff with his brother too. You shouldn't forget those.
No, we're really
He's
excited.
also made a major contribution to Digger 3 as well.
Absolutely, Timberman, which I do play, and the icons that you see in Digger 3, those are Paul's creations, as well as many other projects. Downland 2, Buff Commando. The list goes on and on. How are you doing, Paul?
It sure does. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on, guys.
I just have one word for you, Paul. Popsicle stick.
He knows that's a trigger word for me, right?
Yes. Yes, and I think you were making some interesting icons last night on Discord, and they were kind of a Rorschach test. So whatever you saw is it said a lot about the viewer, I guess.
What's the Rorschach test?
A Rorschach test? It's like
I said Rorschach.
Oh.
Rorschach.
I know. Ooh, Mr. Carter.
That's it.
There you go.
Oh, a quick mention from Frodo, and I actually watched his stream this morning. He was streaming CoCo games this morning on his Mister on Twitch, and he played the Timberman Christmas Edition as part of the stream this morning. So
cool.
Very cool.
We have The Simpsons on our show.
Excellent. Well, we're excited. I mean, what can we say about our next panel? I overdid the last time I hosted, I overdid the intro, so I'm going to just allow the man to speak for himself. David Ladd, are you out there and are you excited?
Why, hello, Rob, and how are you all doing today? Are we ready for the ease of use introduction today of Beta 6? Are we ready for Drivewire? Are we ready for all the hard drive goodness? Are we ready? We can't even imagine the fun stuff. Oh, yes. Are you ready, Nick? Oh, Nick. Oh, please say you're ready, because I am. Let's all go. Yes, let's go. Okay, I'm done.
I'm not ready anymore.
Drivewire,
Wow.
Drivewire, TTL.
I think that Diet Dr. Pepper was a double that last time.
Am I still on?
What?
You hyping or not?
No, I stopped the stream. The show was over after that comment.
That's a mercy killing.
Absolutely. Well, great to have you here. And Terry Steen is an author of color computer programs for the Tandy Color Computer. How are you doing, Terry? And welcome to the program.
Hey, doing pretty good. You guys are officially now my COVID-19 isolation therapy group. So I hope you don't mind me forcing you into that role.
Well,
Glad we could be of some value to somebody.
For you, 2020.
That was a terrible choice.
He chose poorly.
Well, I will warn you, Terry, there is no known cure for CoCoTALK, and no vaccine is coming.
Well, yeah, and if the issues happen for more than 4 hours, I remember what to do. So
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Take
a Diet
By
Dr.
issues,
Pepper.
we
and
mean
don't
if the
call
show
us.
lasts more than 4 hours. So
Take a Diet Dr. Pepper and don't call us in the morning.
Is it time for a break?
Do we need a pee break already?
Should have gone before we left.
Yeah, should have. Yeah.
Told you not to get that big gulp.
I crossed my legs. Is that good enough? I don't know.
Tying a knot, son.
I don't know.
And moving along.
Oh, moving along. Moving along. My co-producer, Nick Marotta, remind me what we're doing? We're going to game...
Did we introduce Ron Delvaux?
What?
Did we introduce Ron Delvaux?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where were you?
Ron's crotch.
Were you
earlier.
sleeping?
You can do it again.
Oh,
Hi.
I missed. I
Hi, everybody.
Back here in Arizona, there's a big
missed
how
garage.
much Nick pays attention to
Hey,
the show, guys.
I was thinking of Ron. He should be touched.
Hey, if
Sure some of my smoke ain't floating on over there?
All right.
If you
Am I
need
not
a
big
Coco-
enough on the screen?
And now here's Ron Delvaux's twin brother, Ron.
That's right. Done.
Don
Anyways.
Melvo.
Wait a minute.
Don Melvo.
Hang on, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, because Nick Marentes didn't notice our introduction, we're going to do Ron's Garage.
Well,
I missed it. I'm sorry.
Just don't introduce him thrice. That's Nick's job.
That's Nick's job.
right.
Well, we can take like a mini break with one of our older EOU commercials to kind of get our palate wet, and then maybe we come back and what's our first order of business, Nick Marotta?
I believe will be GIME-X may have been at the.
Oh,
That's right.
That's a potty break time then, isn't it?
GIME-X
Hey,
was
you can go
thinking
straight into
again.
that video right now, and then Ron can go to the bathroom while
Yeah,
we're waiting.
sounds like a
I
great
might
thing.
do the same.
Yes, yes. We have sad news for everybody that there is a new video from Samuel Gimes. So
All right.
let's
darn.
let's go. Oh darn.
No.
So let's.
I might have to go to the bathroom at that time too, but for stomach reasons.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to reload the bong for that first.
All right. Well, if we're prepared, you know what? Let's just quickly say hi to the live chat, and then we're gonna go right into Samuel Gimes. So I just want to say hello to Alan Murphy, Mark B, the rest of the panels out there. Kevin Holloway, how are you doing? We've got Mark O kind of monitoring everything. David Ladd is breaking things in the chat. TJB Chris, who makes those great videos, and he's a big fan of OS9. 8-Bits in the Basement. We were talking about him. Curtis Boyle, James Jones, I think it is. J.E. Jones, great to see. Jim Rye is out there. He works on VCC. Tim Franklin, how you doing? Frodo is out there. We got Tim Linder probably playing with Mame, and some guy can make it. Never heard of him. And great. Well, Explore VR, Ben Drakes, and Will Marcy Level is out there, and the list goes on and on. So we will. Are we ready to hear from Samuel Gimes? Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Here's your CoCo thoughts, everybody.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. You know Digger and Lancer and Cuber and Zaxxon, Gantlet and Bust Out, Gold Runner and Puyon. But can you recall this most bump and jump game at all? The game Color Car Action had a very choppy scroll, and if you ever played it, you know it's not on poll. All of the CoCo gamers used to laugh and call it names. They never put poor Color Car on any list of great games. Then one foggy Canada night, Curtis came to say, Color Car with the 6309, I'll have you run in double time. Then how the gamers loved it as they shouted out with glee. The game Color Car Action, we are all now devotees.
I don't remember giving authorization of using my name in a Samuel Gimes segment. But...
Wow.
What did I miss?
Checks in the mail, Curtis.
I have to say, even I'm sure the 6009 version is great. Even the 6809 version that Curtis modified, I love Color Car Action, but it was pretty much unplayable at the original speed, very slow. So the versions that Curtis had made for both the 6809 and 6309 made it a much better game. So thank you for doing that, Curtis.
Yeah, if you kick in a CoCo 3 double speed poke on top of it, it goes really fast.
And thank you, Samuel. That was a great contribution. Now, don't forget to send me that check. That was really good. I love the CoCo thoughts. It's a great addition to the segment.
Yeah, it makes me want to call Curtis Santa Curtis. He brings presents like 6309 updates of.
Yeah, they're actually all due in the summer, but it takes me so darn long to make these things, and I'm so behind schedule. You don't get to see them to Christmas.
This game is the reason why I wish I had my CoCo 2 with the socketed CPU still working, because I'd pop a 6309 in there and play Color Car Action. But unfortunately, that's the CoCo 2 that died on me. So, oh well.
Great. Well,
so should we start the official Game On segment then?
Are we we're gonna go into the
or do you want to break
scores first, Nick?
Yeah. Well, I'm ready whenever you are. You can
okay.
Just roll the intro.
We're gonna go to high scores first, Curtis, and then we're gonna go on to Game On. Here we go.
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
All right, and welcome to another week of results. This week we played Color Car Action with 24 scores submitted. Charlie, 1,160. AC's 8-Bit Zone, 3,308. Mr. Dave, 3,360. Adam Candy Dragon Guy, 3,394. Frodo NL, 3,639. Nathan, 3,881. Mark B, 3,978. David Ladd, 4,515. Marcy, 4,614. Ken Reichert, 4,982. Boat of Car, 5,235. R.L. Murphy, 6,369. Just Mike, 6,649. Sloopy Malibu, 7,516. Cat Lord, 7,625. Joshua Craker, 10,016. Tom C, 11,144. Jim Wright, 12,190. Tasman, 23,194. Boyle, 57,463. Me, 58,214. Canadian Retro Things, 59,453. Flutterball, 64,344. And the number one score this week belongs to David Craker, 116,071. Way to go. Thank you for another great week of submissions and fantastic gaming.
Connection terminated.
People are saying that there was echo on my voice in the video in YouTube.
Okay, that is probably I know it's my fault. so do I want to fix that? Maybe replay it? I don't know if I can do that during the stream though.
It's probably all right. They can see the scores.
Yeah, they're saying the echo was on CoCo Thoughts too, so we can fix
really?
it now at the very least.
Okay.
Terry Steen says start over.
Yeah.
Okay. Good day, everybody.
Thanks for coming to rehearsal, everybody.
Yeah, I had to switch from our rock solid Mark Bosley platform. So
Yeah,
I think I can fix that though. I just have to turn off the desktop audio.
Just consider yourselves blessed to have heard that twice because it's so good.
Yeah.
So we're about ready to start the show. Is it time to push the button?
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Are we going to go forward, right, Rob?
Yeah.
As long as he shuts the echo off now, we don't want it through the whole show. So
yeah, so I'm wondering if we just
guys.
Echo.
Oh, Rob, let me know. Do you want to replay anything, or are we going to go forward?
Yeah, I would like to replay it and figure out if one of you can monitor the YouTube. Let's try to fix that on I think it's when there's desktop audio.
Give the people what they paid for.
Let's try it one more time with CoCo Thoughts, see if I can figure out what it is.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. You know Digger and Lancer and Cuber and Zaxxon, Gantlet and Bust Out, Gold Runner and Puyon. But can you recall this most bump and jump game at all? The game Color Car Action had a very choppy scroll, and if you ever played it, you know it's not on poll. All of the CoCo gamers used to laugh and call it names. They never put poor Color Car on any list of great games. Then one foggy Canada night, Curtis came to say, Color Car with a 6309, I'll have you run in double time. Then how the gamers loved it as they shouted out with glee, the game Color Car Action, we are all now devotees.
Game on, everybody. Game on news with Curtis Boyle.
Can you hear us now, folks?
Hello, stream.
Welcome to CoCoTALK,
where everything runs
right.
smooth.
You guys see my screen?
I mean, it looks like YouTube's running about 2 minutes behind now.
All right.
There's your Sharon. There it is.
All right. So welcome to the High Score Challenge results. And congratulations. to David Craker for the highest score. That was really good. So here's a scores back from the day in Rainbow. Cornwall, Ontario, which is about a half hour, 40 minutes from where I am. 242,000. That seems plausible. And the Rainbow Review, where they mentioned it was like bump and jump, which is obviously true. And they liked the game. So thank you to Canadian Retro Things for your gameplay footage. We'll have this running while we talk about the game. So
Funny how the word color is normal.
Yeah, it was written by an American, obviously. That's all
Nope,
right.
it was written by a Canadian.
Oh, then he succumbed to the marketing pressure, obviously.
Yeah.
He probably
Well,
thought
he sold it through an American company, so that's
it would
the reason.
confuse the American audience. They wouldn't know what.
Yeah, they had to send him a note that says, "Fix the spelling. We can't distribute your game like that."
Actually, my personal theory is that, if you see the title screen, there's no room to put the U in there, so we just had no choice.
It also saved a byte, right? And back then it was precious memory.
Yeah, so the unnecessary U could easily be left off, and history was made.
So I learned a minor thing this week when I wanted to play this game in MAME just to sort of see how it compared. And it was actually the original name of this game was Bump and Jump in the US, but it was actually Burnin' Rubber in Japan. But it's the exact same game. Because when I went to launch Bump and Jump, it was listed as a clone, and Burnin' Rubber was listed as the original. But yeah, obviously this is Bump and Jump for the CoCo. That was a game that was converted to a lot of systems back in the day. As mentioned earlier, it runs a lot better. It's a lot better thanks to Curtis's modifications for 6809 and 6309. Curtis, I believe he said this is one of his earlier programs, and
one of his very first. It's one of the first 2 or 3 I think he did. This is before he even started his own company, Dicom. This is when he was selling through other companies. So
he probably learned a few optimizations as he became more proficient.
Yeah, I mean, I've optimized several of David's games, and then as you get further on, it's harder to optimize because he started to better optimize himself.
Like,
so by the time you get to like Gantlet 2 and stuff, there's not much I can do with it. So
like what I don't know if it's too long to talk about now, but like what kind of opportunities did you see for? Excuse me. What kind of opportunities did you see for optimization in the code?
most of the games that I've done optimizations on are basically for that to have scrolling, because basically you have to block copy memory. Now, most people just use the load A, store A loop, or load D, store D, which is a little bit faster. But if you do stuff like stack blasting or the TFM transfer memory instructions 6 through 9, those are much faster. So basically I just replace those in. As long as I can fit them in the same amount of codes that fits into the middle of the program where the original routine is, then I can speed that up. That's what I did with Marble Madness. And
but you made the 6809 also more playable. So you did.
Yeah, I switched it from load D, store D to stack blast, mini stack blasting. I did do the full, shut RQs off stack blasting. I did 4 bytes at a time, but
okay,
it kicks in about 25-30% extra speed.
Because not as dramatic as the 6309, obviously. Even the 6809 version is very playable now, as opposed to the original. And I want to give a special shout out to Joshua Quaker for suggesting this game this week. This is definitely one that I played quite a fair bit back in the day. So I was really, when he suggested that through his father David, I was like, yes, that'd be a great choice. So what did you guys think of the game, chat room and panel?
I like it. It's always been a fun game. There's kind of a 3D, I wouldn't call it a sequel, I guess, but Steve Bjork did one later on that was, kind of like pole position, a 3D look, but you still have the jumping effect where you have to jump over rocks and stuff. Desert Rider. So it's kind of sort of like a sequel, I guess. So it's kind of cool that it inspired another game too.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, it's nice and colorful. The graphics are well done. Like I said, it was an earlier program, so the original version was a little bit slow. Even on but once you got a CoCo 3, you can kick the double speed up poke, and then it was not too bad on the CoCo 3. But I wanted to speed it up for everybody, so that's why I did the patch.
Back in the day when this was all new and everything was so impressive, I remember this game I loved because it had the different seasons represented. So in winter it was ice, and I thought that was just about the coolest thing. Because like I was a kid and it was everything was new with video games. So when you have the different seasons, I thought that was a really cool touch. Because I was actually pretty good at this game back in the day. I actually made it through fall, spring, summer, winter, fall, and another. This time I didn't do quite so well, but And obviously, those of us who got over 50,000, we cashed in on the bonus for not killing cars, which is actually quite difficult.
Yes.
Especially because some of the cars just, as soon as you touch them, they explode. So you have to stay away from those and use the bulldozers to move things out of your way and stuff. And actually, David Craker would have done it twice because he had over 100,000. And he humble bragged that he was trying to get 150,000 and wasn't quite able to do it. So he's learning humble bragging skills from Curtis, which is coming along very well. Yeah, there's the winter. There's the ice. I thought that was so cool as a kid. I was like, wow, it's like it takes into account seasons. But, I was easily,
Apparently, it had a real-time
impressed.
clock.
Yeah. How did it know? So,
Yeah. So tips and tricks. I mean, the first thing I would say is, of course, the 50,000 point bonus, which means you can't kill another car. That's where you have to start using the speed control quite a bit. So you have to sometimes pull it right back right at the very beginning, so you let the cars drive past you and get them ahead, and then you basically try to jump over things so you don't push them into the walls or whatever. Some people don't realize this too, and I know it took me a while to figure this out back in the day, is that you can slow down while you're in midair. So if you think you're going to land on something, you can actually pull back the stick and slow down. Now you can't speed up, I don't believe, but you can slow down while you're in midair.
Oh, I don't know if I knew that. Yeah, this game definitely was for the analog sticks. I was using the Black Beauty again, and it was great. Yeah, I didn't know about being able to slow down in the air. That might have helped. Oh well, I think you get bonuses too for landing in the enclosed areas in the water.
Yeah, you do. You get 1,000 on the first one.
I don't think I knew that either. I don't think I paid too much attention to score when I played as a kid. I was just playing to get far. Whereas I'm, this is a score challenge, so I think a little bit about score.
Marcy in the chat has a pretty nice comment too. It's challenging and fun. I would never be able to get the 50,000 points. I can't keep from killing all the cars.
Somebody has road rage issues. But apparently we're good therapy, so hang out with us and we'll
at least she's taking it out in the game and not on the real road. That's good.
Yeah. So I guess it looks like there's only 3 enemy cars on the screen at any one time. I'm noticing that.
And rocks.
Yeah, and rocks, yeah. I got a rock. So Joshua, who's David Creaker's 8-year-old son, told his dad about slowing down in the air, so he figured it out. So apparently, gaming tips, contact Joshua. So yeah, this is a great game. I thought it was one of the better conversions. Even I didn't mind the speed as much as a kid, but now that I saw the improvements with the 6309 and 6809, I'm like, yeah, this is much better, much more playable.
Yeah, the 609 combined with the double speed poke on the CoCo 3, I think is almost a little bit too fast. I know the arcade game is fairly quick, but I guess I'm just too used to the original version. But
yeah, I tried with the double speed poke, and apparently I'm just as bad at whatever speed. So that was nice to find out.
You can die faster.
Yeah.
I was telling Curtis before the show, this is the game I would put a 6309 in my CoCo 2, had the one that I have a socketed CPU in didn't die. Because then I could play it at an even faster speed. But and then somebody commented they really like this high score entry screen, which I agree. And I like that it has lowercase. Not many games let you put lowercase letters in, so that was kind of a nice little bonus. But like other games, it doesn't save your high score anyway. But anyway, please go ahead.
I really like their selection idea with the character set running around the screen.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, because everybody else at that time was basically doing it like the arcade games where you just move a pointer or a square box around the letters and you just rotate through them. But this was actually kind of a different, fresh way of doing it.
Much faster, much easier. You know how far you need to skip. Exactly. I like it.
And no couches.
So in the
no couches.
Tasman actually told me about a little exploit that if you're purely going for score, this would sort of be against the spirit of the competition. And I do apologize, Tasman. I got the video from you, but for some reason it's upside down. But I was able to do it as well. So if what you do at the very beginning is stay still, this doesn't work 100% of the time, but if you stay still and then let the other cars pass you and hope they get to a point where they can't exit the screen, no other cars will come on the screen. And see, look at my score. right now. It's 310,770. So I got to the point where the cars were just doing that, and I let it run all night. And I wanted to see how high I get my score to go. And so I want to give credit to Tasman. He's the one that told me about this.
Yeah,
And
that's a new one on me. I didn't know that one.
Tasman actually ran it in oh, my mind is blanking. What's the CoCo emulator? VCC, thank you. He ran it in VCC where you can unthrottle the speed, and he saw that the score did actually wrap at 9999999. So thank you, Tasman, for showing that. So that's sort of an unscrupulous way to get a high score. So it's still running behind me, as a matter of fact. The cars just go back and forth, and yeah. So thank you, Tasman, for that. He sort of has a side quest of trying to break our games and tell me what he finds. So
everybody needs goals in life.
Exactly.
And we can find out how many points a CoCoTALK is worth.
Exactly. So I think it sounds. Oh, Terry Steen says a feature and a cheat. Yes. Boy, if I could have done this back in the day and got my score in Rainbow, I probably would have done it. So anyway.
So that junk that the trucks dump, we should hex out that icon and replace it with a couch.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Yeah, that's good. There you go.
That'd be funny.
Color car action, Coco Fest edition.
No, put in the garbage can. Flaming.
Oh, flaming dumpster. Yeah, that'd be good.
Dumpster fire.
Yeah, replace the rocks with dumpster fires, I guess.
Dumpster fires would be awesome.
So are you ready to talk about next week's game?
Sure.
Sounds
yes, I'm waiting.
We'll keep it tight so we have room for EOU. But yeah, so thanks again, Joshua, and thanks, guys, for your scores. So next week's game.
CoCo 3. CoCo 3.
Will be. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, that's the upside down video. So or backwards, whatever. So can anybody identify this game?
That's the white screen game.
Spider side.
Spider side.
That's right.
Spider
side. Spider side. I am not very good at this game, judging by my play testing. So don't expect to see me anywhere near the top. But this is an interesting original game. And I thought it'd be a good one for and I think somebody mentioned this game. It might have been chat. I'm not sure. Mentioned playing this game or brought up the game's name, and it got me thinking it'd be a good game on challenge game.
The controls definitely take getting used to.
Yes. Left and right to steer, up and down to throttle, and so if you go on a diagonal, you steer and throttle, so you can do tight loops and stuff. So you definitely want an analog stick for this one.
Yep.
Yeah,
where
do we get it?
Kind of old, but I've never heard of this. Do you have any gameplay video or anything like that so we can see it? Because I'd like to see what it is.
I don't, but it's wherever you get stuff. That's what it looks like. I think it's called Spider in the places. So anyway, that's the game. So basically you're this triangle, you're the ship. These spider things come across, and you can't go through through the trails, but you can shoot them, and the spiders are trying to trap you in a small, so you can shoot the spiders and shoot whatever's coming out, and you can shoot a way to get it to free yourself from small areas. That's basically the gameplay.
Yeah, as Ken Can Make It mentioned, it's kind of based on the Tholian Web episode of the original Star Trek TV series.
Yeah. Oh, neat. So, I mean, there's not a lot of rules to it, but I find it to be a very challenging game.
It's got some pretty good sound effects, too, from what I remember.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's got good. Yeah, it does. So that's our game for the week.
Was this a ROM pack? Yeah. Was this a ROM pack game?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So thank you, Rob. Thank you to all the submissions and for another great week gaming. And we'll see what you guys can do with this game this week.
Okay.
Cool.
Great. Well, I think we wanted to go right into an announcement. Did we not?
Well, I can do the game on news first, and then we can do the announcement if you want, just to get
Gotcha.
that out of the way. It's kind of in the same segment.
All
and then we can give Nick some unbridled time.
A bit more time to sleep. Good.
Take it away, Curtis.
Okay, let me share the old screen. There's not too much game on news today or this week, so.
Good.
Okay, you guys seen that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the first one up is Jim Gary. So we released a game called Mine Escape. And it's a port of a Dragon 32 basic game that he's ported to the MC10. Not too often we see stuff coming directly from the Dragon, but so multiple skill levels. And basically a race to get out in time, to the finish line type thing with a randomly generated maze. So that was Jim's contribution this week on the game side. He actually did a non-game one this week, which we'll cover in the regular news later on. Next up, Cuthbert Dragon added a bunch of more of the Dragon game videos. So this week he added Mutant War, Kung Fu Master, Kamikaze, Ruby Raba, Cosmic Crusader, Galax Attacks, Jaws, Jet Set Willy, Rommel 3D, Galacticans, Rail Runner, and Willy's Revenge. And Willy's Revenge is one I've not seen before, so I was going to play a little bit of a clip of it. That's not the dragon playing the sound, obviously. I was watching this intro screen, it looks like a shoot 'em up, but it's actually like a chase and tail type game. This was a new one on me. I'd not seen this one before, but it's a nice little take on the trailing tail snake style game. And I didn't know if there's any of these. Oh, he's even got a new one I don't even have on here, bumpers. I don't know, is there any of the other ones you guys wanted to see, or should I just quickly go on?
Oh. What's bumpers?
That's a Mark Data Products game.
All right.
Another maze solving game type thing. Oh, Jaws was an interesting one. That's one I was going to show to you. You're trying to rescue these. I think they're supposed to be humans floating in the water before the sharks get them. And why the water's yellow? I don't know. Maybe the guy saw pipes. I'm not sure. But this is one I hadn't seen before either. And the shark comes up and grabs your human and drags him down. So.
Help.
Now it's just making me hungry.
Anyway,
as usual, he's got a lot of interesting dragon games there. An actual gameplay on a real dragon, which is nice. It's not an emulator, so you're getting what it really is. In case there's any things between the emulator and the real hardware that's a little bit different, you're getting the legit thing here. Anyway, I always check out his channel while he's doing these because he's got a lot of cool games and some I've never seen before. Next one, this was actually one Nick Marentes pointed me to because actually the person that made this video actually bought some of Nick's games. So of course we have to plug that. This is part down payment for the next Ferrari. But he actually did nice games with CoCo. Now, Nick, have you talked to the guy much at all? I know he's from Japan. In fact, you can see he's subtitling the bottom based on that.
Yeah, he's from Japan, and he hasn't got a real CoCo. He runs VCC. So
they play Pop Star.
Actually, you can see the bug in VCC with the jittering on the screen.
Yeah, the horizontal scroll problem. And then he played Pyramix. Go ahead, Chet.
No, I was just gonna say at least they're not in a rush to fix that that bug for you, Nick.
No.
Of course, he played Digger 3. In fact, he made a comment in the comments there that this game's free for download. So thank you, Chet, for doing that. Then he kicked back for some CoCo 1 and 2 games, which I'm sure you'll recognize. How he got Cave Walker to play with this music soundtrack, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'd like to know his sound chip.
And then he played one of the CoCo. This is actually one of the ones on the next EOU here. It's kind of a sneak preview. Oops, I went too far. This is one of the Sierra engine-based games that was actually a homemade homebrew one. And that music doesn't appear in that game either, but...
Good.
It was kind of nice. So we don't often see people making videos about CoCo stuff from Japan, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Neil Blanchard. He's got hot off the press and just in time for the holidays. Flood It. Now, this is an updated version, and I can't remember. We did discuss this before. What Evan updated in it, but it's basically a strategy game where you're trying to fill the screen with colors that are connected to the color you're changing, and you try to clear it in so many moves. So this is a new one, and he's actually created with a green cartridge casing to differentiate from the original 1.0 version. He's selling these for $30 with shipping or plus shipping. So if you want to get the version 1.1, and like I said, I can't remember exactly the differences, and hopefully they can send us an email or something to let me know, because I should know. And the last one here for today, this is from Erico. And he put up a video showing some of his progress on that semi-graphic shooter that we showed last week that's based on the Atari 8-bit machine using Atari ASCII characters to do it, and he's using semi-graphics. So I'll just play it. It's just a little quick clip. I like it kind of flips the missile out and then shoots it off. It doesn't just shoot out the side. It's kind of a neat effect. So that's a work in progress he's doing, and we'll keep our eyes on that. And that's it for from Basic. That's all I have for Game On News. I did mention earlier that Frodo did do a live stream, so if you guys are on Twitch and you look up Frodo NL as the channel, he's got his CoCo stream. He's done a couple, one or two in the past too, with his Mister. And in this case here, he did a stream for, what was it, Frodo? About 2 hours or something this morning, going through a multitude of CoCo 1, 2, and 3 games. And he was trying to pick ones that were from the Game On Challenge, Nick. So I thought I'd mention that to you too. So most of them we've actually played on there, and he was kind of playing catch up.
And that was a short nap.
The real news hasn't started yet. That's just the good Game On
Oh,
news,
man.
Okay, well, I think we should go right
Too good to
into
be true, Mikey.
Mr. Marentes, I believe.
News was over.
Oh, am I next? Hang on.
Yes, you are, Nick.
Okay, I just got to wake up.
Let me help you. Drivewire, RS232, TTL.
Well, I cheated. I made a little video, so I'll start that, then I can go back to sleep. So, so a bit of a video to introduce what I've been spending my my COVID year in between doing games. So this is a little side project I've been working on, and it's just a show. It's not a product ready to be released, but I just thought I'll just show it. Christmas is coming, and just show up what I've been doing. So wait till I play with the technology to get it all running here. I'll try share my screen.
Yep. And if there's...
Is that coming up?
It's,
are you seeing a black screen?
We see a black screen, yep.
All right, awesome game, dude.
Yeah, it's great. It took me ages to do this graphics.
But, I know what you mean. It's just the amount of effort that goes into something like that.
I wasn't going to release it until it was perfect. I wanted no stray pixels.
Hey, I already did that one.
Yeah. So I'll play the video. I'll introduce it and I'll show you. Anyway, you'll see. And you can ask me questions later. So here it goes. If it works. The CoCo is a great computer. It was low cost, had a powerful extended basic and advanced 6809 processor. When Tandy released the CoCo 3 in 1986, some of the original design's limitations were addressed, such as better graphics with more resolution and color, faster speed and bigger memory. Unfortunately, one area remained a weak point for the system to this very day: sound. The CoCo was never given a sound chip as standard like many of the competing systems of the day. All we had was a single 6-bit digital to analog converter, or DAC. In the CoCo 3, Tandy did provide a faster CPU and the programmable timer interrupt, which went a long way to circumvent some of the limitation. But it did require the CPU to achieve this sound, and one of the biggest omissions in many games is the lack of a high-quality musical soundtrack during gameplay. Over the years, There have been many add-on sound devices created containing a dedicated sound chip, but these had their problems too. Apart from the added cost of the sound device, you usually required the additional cost of a multi-pack interface in order to have both a disk drive and the sound device to operate together. The lack of a standard sound chip in the CoCo has meant support for these add-ons has never reached a high quality. I personally have preferred to support the standard 6-bit DAC built into every CoCo so that my games sound the same on every CoCo and is available for every user of that system. But I have been thinking about what sound device I would personally like to see for the CoCo that would create the sound that I would like to hear with the ease I would like to use. So, as a side project over the last 12 months, I have come up with my idea of a sound device, and with the electronic skills of Jim Brain of Retro Innovations, we have created a prototype that brings these ideas together in a device we are calling the Real Audio Pack, or RAP cartridge. My goals for this device are: 1. Play real music. 2. Be easy to compose. 3. Allow the playback of this real music and CoCo generated sound. 4. Be easy to use even within BASIC. 5. Provide the option to put a game in ROM for standalone use. 6. Be usable as a sound card via various programs on disk or tape. And 7. Lastly, low cost and affordable. I will cover these goals in more detail after this video. Let me now demonstrate what this card sounds like when applied to my recent game Gunstar. Okay. So did that come through all right? Did it jitter at all? Or?
No, it's great.
It was pretty good.
Oh, good
I
to
like
work.
this thing.
All right. So that's
Yeah.
it. It's a cartridge that I'm building up. It was an idea I've had for some time. And one of the things I wanted to do is have good quality music during gameplay that didn't take up any CPU time, but still allowed me to use the sound effects that I could do on the CoCo using the DAC. And I wanted them to both be at the same time during the gameplay, which it does. So one of the first things I had to do, first thing was to make the machine make the CoCo play MP3 files, which obviously the CPU is way too slow to do that. So luckily there were MP3 modules that you can buy, and I've included one of those in the design. So that MP3 player is what's playing the music, but the CoCo controls the MP3 player. So it knows when to start a track, how to select a track, how to adjust the volume, all that stuff. So once you get the MP3 player playing the tune you want, then the game can continue without the CoCo having to work to keep that music playing.
All
At the
right,
same
question.
time, yep, all right, pause
All
it.
right,
All right.
So you haven't programmed the existing games to play the extra music. So do I have to buy your game again to get the new features for this card?
The plan, this is still the hardware and everything is still being developed, but my plan is to you buy the card. You need to buy the card, and I think I'll probably just bundle Gunstar with the cartridge, because the cartridge will also have some flash memory on board as well. So I can put Gunstar on the cartridge. It'll be a cartridge. You just plug it in and it'll play Gunstar with the MP3 music and everything. Or you can just have the cartridge plugged in. See if you have a multi-pack, for example, and that cartridge can be used by other programs. So you can program your own games or in BASIC or whatever to use the card using your MP3 files. So,
Hey, Nick, question from the audience.
yeah, all right.
Tim Franklin says, can the user adjust the mixed music versus effects?
Yes. Now, I'll explain that. The CoCo, the internal DAC, the 6-bit DAC, I write my sound routines to use that. That's what makes all the gunshot sounds and explosions that you hear. Yeah, that's right. The MP3 comes in through the cartridge, but you can't have internal CoCo DAC sounds as well as sound coming in from the cartridge. It's just the way the design of the CoCo is. There's a little switch or a multiplexer in the CoCo that selects one or the other. So that was one of the limitations I saw with a lot of other sound cards. You have to devote all the sound coming either from a cartridge or from the internal sound thing. And I wanted to have both. I wanted to have the sound or the sound card generating, in particular, the music, and yet the CoCo is still generating the sound effects as normal. And the only way to do that, I figured, was to send the sound effects externally, send it out of the CoCo to the cartridge, and then the cartridge mixes it with the MP3 and feeds it back in. So I only need to select cartridge sound effects. And the way I send things out to the cartridge is that the cartridge is also an Orchestra 90 cartridge as well. So it has the DACs, the dual 8-bit DACs that an Orchestra 90 has. So I just redirect my standard 6-bit DAC sound effects to the Orchestra 90 ports on that cartridge. It gets mixed in with the MP3 player, and then it feeds it all in through that one cartridge input, which can then be just routed through the normal sound system of the CoCo, or the cartridge also has an earphone jack, so you could plug it into big speakers if you want. Now,
I will mention too, because I was listening to Nick when he was actually creating this, over the last while, is that with the Orchestra 90 and even on Gunstar here, he actually has it set for stereo. So if you move to the left, your sound will pan to the left speaker, like if you're firing and stuff, and move to the right.
That's right. Well, the MP3s, of course, are in stereo if you use the earphone jack on the headphone jack or whatever on the cartridge. If it feeds it into the CoCo, well, the CoCo's only mono, so you're not going to get stereo that way. But yeah, if you plug a headphone jack in, you'll hear the MP3 in stereo, in CD quality stereo, and the sound effects, you can route that to the Orchestra 90. And if you set it up in such a way, you can send to a left and a right channel. And all I've done is I've made it so that when your ship is more on the left of the screen, your gunshots come out on the left side, and the explosions occur on the right. And if you move your ship to the right side, it swaps them over. So it gives a bit of a stereo effect there. But yeah, they're all mixed.
Is there an SD card port on
Yes,
that?
on the MP3 is a little micro SD card. So the MP3 is separate to the CoCo. It has its own memory on the micro SD card, and you have to transfer the MP3 files onto that card. The CoCo can't talk to those MP3 files, but the CoCo talks to the MP3 player, and it tells it what to play in what folder to get the tracks from. So you can actually load a micro SD card with MP3 files. The thing is, you can also you could also make the cartridge act as a proper MP3 player and have all your music on the MP3 player, and have a program that you can load in that controls the MP3 player and plays your music. And once it starts it playing, that's it. Your computer's back to being as before. You can keep programming in BASIC or doing whatever, and the MP3 player keeps playing. It works by itself then. So,
the killer feature here would be if you could plug a ROM pack into your cartridge and it looked at some magic byte and said, oh, I need to play this MP3 folder.
Yes, yes. So there is some 512K of flash RAM on that cartridge as well. So the idea is in that flash RAM, you can copy up to 512K of game or whatever on the flash RAM.
Or you can make a FP3 or MP3 manager.
Or that. That's right.
Play your MP3s and switch back.
And it'll auto start as well. If you haven't got a multi-pack and you just plug it in, it will boot that ROM pack and do whatever is on that ROM pack, of course. But yeah, if you have a multi-pack, you can plug it into one of the slots, and then it just acts as a sound card. So you can write your own software. And it doesn't have to be machine language. You can do it in BASIC. So you just send you send the information to the MP3 player using pokes to control it, basically.
So what's the quality of the music that comes out?
Oh, it's an MP3. It's perfect. It's CD quality in stereo.
So it's 44K?
Yeah, 44 kilohertz. Yeah.
Okay.
If you get to the final stage, Nick has asked me to compose some music for it as well. So for the final stage in it, if you're listening on headphones and you're listening to you get to the final stage, you'll hear it actually in 3D audio because I'm recording my track in binaural, so it'll come out in 3D on headphones.
And that's another thing I haven't mentioned yet. One of the things that I'm also trying to do with this is to we've got quite a few people in the CoCo community that are musical. And that was one of the things I wanted to do with this cartridge, because I can't compose music. I can do, if I design any super sound card, that's great, but I can't compose music. So it'll sound like shit either way. But I figured, well, if I can make it play MP3s, then anyone who has the musical capability can compose their own songs using real instruments, say, or, on their PC or a Mac or whatever, create that music with a MIDI or whatever, create the MP3 file, copy it to the SDC, then the CoCo can play it. So there's no composing to be done on the CoCo using some CoCo program. You just compose in whatever you are familiar with. So we got people like Danny here, who obviously has a bit of a musical equipment there in the background, as you can see.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Needs knobs.
And now, so he's going to be putting together something for me. Dan Ottery, who created that Blue Monday MIDI track on the CoCo a couple of months ago. He's also creating a special edition version. Actually, part of one of his songs was in that demo video I played. So he's creating something. And I hope to get a lot of CoCo people who are musical to offer some songs that I can put in the Gunstar game.
All right,
So-
now I got more questions now. So,
sorry.
How am I supposed to have time to do what I'm already doing, and then now start playing music and stuff? And is there some kind of a financial institution where I can actually make payments on this thing?
Well, he's going to be affordable at the end. He's going to be
that's right.
affordable.
Now, it's still a work in progress. I mean, I've been doing it on the side. I mean, obviously I've been writing other games as well in between, and just doing this as an idea. And I can't do the hardware, so that's when I enlisted Jim Brain, and I got him to design the hardware, and so we've got it up and running.
Can I be the one person that asks about the clock?
Actually, there probably is room on there for a real-time clock. But better still, why don't you just record a whole lot of voices? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Store them as MP3 files, and then have it play. And every now and then it'll just tell you. The CoCo will tell you the time.
Yeah, or it'll say you've been playing Gunstar for 7 hours. You should stop.
That's right. It's time. It's time to sleep, or potty break time, Ron.
Now, one other thing I want to make a quick comment on from talking to Nick too. He's been testing to see how fast the card will react to getting a song change, and it's quite quick. So theoretically, you could also make little miniature MP3 files of sound effects, and you could actually tell it do an explosion, do a gunshot, do a phaser sound, or whatever else. And you can actually add those full 3D audio type audio effects even to a basic game by sending a few pokes, say switch to the explosion sound because I just killed this guy. Or
now, is there any other 8-bit machine that's doing this on the market?
I'm sure there is.
Don't know. I'm sure. Probably.
Well, 8-bit, I don't know. I'm not aware of it. Certainly, there are bigger computers that can play MP3s. Of course, like a PC, for example, can do it.
What about the power supply on the CoCo? We're going to have the Gimme. We got 8 megabytes. We got the new MPI. We got 2 serial ports. We got all this stuff. I mean, the lights are going to dim when we turn this thing on.
No, it's just a little cartridge, low power, just like any other cartridge you plug in.
New chips cost nothing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
So
like the
it's no
609
power
and the 2 and 8 meg RAM upgrades actually take less power than the original CoCo stuff does.
So what you're saying is if something goes bang in this machine, it's just going to be a little puff, and we're not even going to see the smoke.
Well, the thing is, you're going to be using probably going to be using a multi-pack anyway. So the multi-pack's got its own power.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Mega Mini has its own power.
That's incredible.
Yep, that's
So
true.
what's the name of this thing going to be? The Coco Zune?
No, it's been called the Real Audio Pack Wrap.
It was in the video.
Yeah, it was in the video.
I read that.
Nick, one thought that I would be kind of neat is if you had a game, you can actually have a narrated introduction into a game if you wanted to.
You could do an adventure game and just have the words come out instead of having to read it. That's right.
So
there's
so
quite
this
a
is
few.
This is a rap pack. Can I play like the Beatles on it, or
Yeah, you
rock
can
and
play
roll?
anything. If you can play
Not
an
unless you want to get
MP3.
sued, Ron.
That's just the anagram.
Well, yeah, obviously, if you're going to release a game, you can't really use commercial game songs on it. But for your own use, you could put all your entire Beatles collection on the micro SD card, and if someone writes a little MP3 player, which you can do even from basic, it doesn't have to be anything fancy.
How big of an SD card will it take? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know. How big do micro SDs come?
I think 256 gig now. I think they have.
No, well, there you go.
Oh yeah, because it's your MP3 player that's reading the SD.
Yeah,
card.
yeah.
So modern
It's not.
spec.
It's right. It's not on the CoCo. It's the MP3 player. It's got a little slot where you plug your micro SD into.
So if you
manages all
swapped
that.
out, so you could swap out the original tracks,
Yeah.
and put in your own tracks and have Gunstar play those instead.
Yeah,
if
you could.
wanted.
You could. That's right. Yeah. You could
So-
do
Yeah, they're just
that.
basically numbered files in numbered folders is how the
Yeah.
system
That's all
works.
they are. Yeah. So it's just opening up a folder, playing track 1. So
So
whatever
you know, it'd
put
be
as
cool
track
is to
1.
have this thing in a way built in. So there's a slot above the multi-packs, you know, where you plug your multi-pack in. So then you could just put your SD card in there.
It does. It does. On the end of the cartridge, when you plug your cartridge into the multi-pack, there's a little slot at the very top of the cartridge where you just slot your little SD card.
Yeah, it's kind of set up that way, like the SDC, the CoCo SDC is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
it's
using
like
a
the
micro
SDC,
SD instead
yeah.
of a regular SD.
But my
So you
yeah,
can, and you
sorry.
could use it as a regular Orchestra 90cc too, couldn't you? I guess.
yeah, it is an Orchestra 90 as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
Does it have? Will it have audio plugs on the outside or no?
It has a headphone jack. Yes.
Okay.
I still like the idea of if you could pass a ROM pack through it, like plug a ROM pack into it, then CoCo could look for some magic byte on the ROM pack and say, okay, I need to
got
load
flash.
this set of MPI.
Well, if you have a multi-pack, you could have
Well,
2
I'm just
ROM
saying,
packs.
then you wouldn't need a multi-pack. You could just plug a ROM pack into your thing.
Into like a
CoCo.
pass-through.
Will the
And you would have
headphones?
all of the music for any game that someone had written music for on the SD card. And then the CoCo could say, okay, this ROM pack is attached. I need folder Gunstar.
Well, yeah, I probably could do that, but then what do you do with your disc controller? Yeah.
So
Just
what's the
CoCo
music
SDC.
chips number? Is it just like the orchestra?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Same?
Yep. So anything that runs on an Orchestra 90 works on this cartridge.
If you plug headphones into it, do you hear the DAC sound too? Then do you hear it post?
Yeah, everything.
That's the whole point, is to
everything
get
gets
them both
mixed.
playing simultaneously, because that's something
Well,
the other sound cards have not done.
With the headphones, though, I know going back
Yeah.
into CoCo, but I didn't know if the
Yeah.
headphones were pre-mix or post-mix.
No, it mixes everything and then sends it to either the CoCo or the
Okay.
headphone jack.
Cool.
And you made this work with EOU. You went hand in hand with them. on it?
Well, I haven't, but it can very
It can.
easily be done.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Very
Let's put it that
easy,
way.
very easy to do.
Because I wouldn't mind making a little graphical G shell, MP3 player, like the old Windows players used to be.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be cool. That's a good idea.
So yeah, hopefully, I mean, when I do finish this,
Do you have? Sorry, do you have
go on.
any? Do you have any idea on cost at all yet?
Yeah, will
Or
I
what you're
still be alive
targeting?
when it comes out?
under
I was asking a
$40
question.
max. $40 max.
Wow.
What I'm
That's-
aiming at.
That's good.
Yeah, so it
Have to buy
depends on
5.
yeah. So it won't cost
And
very
that'll
much
be
at all.
case. That'll be in a case and everything, right?
I think so. Yeah. Well, I don't do the hardware, so
That'd be more of a Jim question.
Yeah, that'll probably be Jim and doing all that. So
So in 10 years, can I get the little AI module for it?
yeah, we should have it ready by then.
Cool.
So that's what I've been spending my time on. I really wanted to have a way of playing. I've got an Amiga, and I've always been a fan of the Amiga, the way they had games which played, really incredible music in the background during the games. And I'm trying to get that environment onto the CoCo. So whereby you can play a game, have all the sound effects, and still have a really good quality rockin' background playing. And that was my whole incentive for this thing.
And one other thing I'll say about the rocking background, actually, your son's rock band contributed one of the tracks too.
Well, yeah, I think the last track you heard there was my son's band. So
Keeping it all in the family.
keeping it in the
You're
family.
gonna have to share that
that's right.
Ferrari, at least get him to chaperone you around in it. One of the
Yeah,
two.
well, that's right.
Well, what kept you from using a Australian name for it?
That's all been taken by CoCo Man. So I've given him the patents on the Aussie names thing.
Yeah, there's none left either.
There's none left. He's pretty well decimated every Australian animal in existence.
Except the wombat. He hasn't done a wombat yet, has he?
No, he's probably patented it though.
Call it didgeridoo.
So it's a marsupial, huh?
Yeah, I just picked rap because, well, it's real audio. Then it's a program pack. Oh, hang on, rap music. Okay,
Yeah.
there's a musical connection to it. Even though I'm not into rap music, but
No, me either.
So
See,
kids
man.
are going to go out there and buy a $300 or $400 color computer to be able to stick that $40 cartridge in it, huh?
yeah, if you want to do that, I think
Come
it
on,
works the other way.
your rap name would be like DJ Vegemite.
Yeah, actually, he hasn't grabbed the Vegemite name, has he? Maybe I should rename it to the Vegemite cartridge.
Yeah.
You know, the next logical question is, will the emulators be able to emulate it?
Well, not at the moment.
That's a
not
Tim
that I'm
Linder
aware.
question. I mean, he does want to expand some of the hardware capabilities of MAME, for example, to help cover developers that are working with brand new cards, which he's done.
And
on the
it
Game
wouldn't
Master
be
card.
hard
concern,
to
no.
do. It wouldn't be hard to do because on a PC or a Mac, they can already play MP3s.
Right.
All they have to
Exactly.
do is link
Yeah.
it into the emulator.
Yeah. So all he really has to do is emulate the interface of how you control the song and the volume, and that's it.
That's all. That's all. So it's actually quite doable. But first of all, let's get the cartridge out and let's make it a semi-standard, say, before we modify emulators.
You know, I got a stack load of CDs,
Okay.
music, you know. Did the CoCo ever play CDs?
Well, I don't know.
It was
CD
capable of it.
ROMs.
There was a CD-ROM file manager that
Yeah.
Chris Hawks made.
Yeah. Probably with the SCSI one.
Yeah.
On the
I'm trying to remember, did he
TC3
make a
or
music
something
player
like
for that too?
I think people hooked CDs to it.
Yeah, well, I know people use CD-ROMs on it because they actually formatted CoCo discs for that specifically.
Oh,
But I can't remember if they
audio,
had an audio player though. Did they?
Back in the day, a lot of the CD-ROMs actually had a headphone jack
Not
on
that I
it, so
remember.
Theoretically, you
That's
could just
true.
Control it.
The
plug in your
CoCo
headphones
can
directly
load
to it.
programs from CD. Don't forget, Canadian Retro Things loaded a program off CD.
Yeah. Well, we had it natively running, like they used to hook up CD player directly to the CoCo and actually run OS9 off of it at the shows, and that was Chris Hawk's CDF file manager.
Cool.
Yeah, but playing an MP3 directly on the CoCo, yeah, the CoCo's too slow. You need a faster machine, and that's what this cartridge does. It offloads the hard work onto this MP3 player, and it does the playing. The CoCo just has to control it.
So what's the speed of megahertz of the machine in there?
No, it's just a CoCo on which machine?
No, on this little cartridge, it's got a processor in there, right?
Does that
Well,
matter?
it's all on the MP3 cartridge. I don't know what speed it
Hey,
is.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, Ron, I
Yeah.
posted
It
a
runs
link.
at asparagus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
Hey,
really
Ron.
cool, Nick. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron, I posted a link to a generic serial MP3 player on Amazon. It's like $8, and basically it has the same type of module on there with the SD card, and you just control it through a serial
Cool.
interface.
Yeah,
so it can be used with any
as
sort of
Ken
computer.
said, fast enough to do what it needs.
Exactly.
So that sounds really awesome, Nick.
Fast
Looking forward
enough
to
and
that.
cheap
Figuratively
enough
and
too, so-
literally.
Yeah. And that's about all I have to say. I can go back to sleep.
All right, that was
After that,
excellent.
EOU is going to be such a disappointment. We're not going to bother. See you guys.
Oh, well, hang around.
You gonna do a commercial break first? Rob?
Yeah. Let's do an older.
Yeah, then we'll just after the commercial break, we'll do the regular news because there's not too many of those just to get it out of the way. Then we'll hit the EOU presentation.
Okay, we'll go right into the news. Quick news. We'll be right back after these messages.
We'll return after these announcements.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hi everybody, this is Siri, Apple's personal assistant and beatbox professional. You're watching CoCoTALK with the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
You're off, Siri. I was here first.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
This is Ken Reichert, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
As you start your journey to CoCo Fest, you notice the road ahead is littered with rogue furniture. You realize you are driving on the
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
the game for the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Stunning low-resolution visuals, digital to analog converted sound, 100% machine language, and basic. What are they saying about
Nightmare Highway? Nightmare Highway.
Steve B. York says, of all the games released this year, this is one of them. L. Kurt S. Boyle says, this will not be on my site. Nick Marionette says, crikey, look at the size of that crock. Get your complimentary copy of
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
At cancanmakeit.com. If you got it for free, you paid too much.
Hey there, it's Andrew here with the Tandy Speech and Sound cartridge that I won from CoCoTALK Live. So next time, make sure to tune in. It may change your life.
Let the Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, and up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Nope, can't share.
Alrighty, go ahead.
There we go. Okay, you guys seen that?
Yep.
The pretty desktop. So the first one up, Sheldon McDonald, who started doing his Learn a 6809 Assembly Language Along With Me series, has got a couple of new episodes out. So we did episode 3 and episode 4. So this time he's going around branching in assembly and changing his text mouse that he demonstrated on episode 2 to be IRQ based rather than polling. So it runs in the background and actually can run even with basic running in the background. And then he's creating a print subroutine in the 4th episode. So this here is the 3rd one. So he kind of goes through setting all that up. And then he gets into the print subroutine on this episode. And he changes his desktop every single time. So it's kind of cool to see the pictures he has. And then also he's working on a function library for his assembly tools, which he did kind of a little teaser. It's not a full episode. And actually he's got a sample up here where you can kind of make macros and you can insert basic code. You can put machine language code, et cetera, into it too. So it sounds like a pretty interesting project for his little cross development setup. So we'll keep an eye on that as it goes on too. Next up, and this is the other Jim Gary entry this week. So we ported a basic utility program that helps you learn about resistors and their color codes, which is, way too complicated for my feeble brain, but some of you hardware guys probably understand this stuff.
Yeah.
And notice he spells colors right.
I can do that with my phone now.
Very good.
So basically, from my understanding, is it's kind of like Morse code. The different colors combine to make a certain voltage or wattage or whatever.
The colors determine the resistance value. You have your numeric values, and then there's a multiplier, and then there's a band that is the the tolerance, or how close it gets to the actual, within how many percentage of the actual resistance value.
Okay, so this would be like an educational tool and a lookup tool, kind of native on your CoCo.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And a trainer, so you learn what the colors mean.
Yeah.
Right, because if you use a chart, you will never ever learn them. You will just look at your chart.
Yep.
So that was pretty cool. It was an interesting way of using the CoCo as an educational tool and a reference material for just doing electronics in general. And next, I was actually hoping that Ken of Canadian Retro Things would be on to talk about this. It was kind of an interesting project. I don't know if you guys remember these because they're not really used that much anymore. I know I had one I used to use on trips, but it's an FM transmitter. So you can take like an MP3 player or your laptop or an iPod or whatever, and you plug this transmitter into the headphone jack, and it's usually battery operated. And then we'd actually broadcast somewhere on the FM spectrum, and you could usually adjust it with a screwdriver or something, and your radio would pick it up. So what he's doing here is he's actually hooking up like to a Sony Walkman style cassette recorder. He's hooking up one of these wireless transmitters, and then he's having it link into the CoCos. So he's playing a CoCo program file, the audio for it, and his CoCo 3 and his CoCo 2 are both trying to pick it up off of the transmitter. So I'll just play a couple seconds here.
You had to ask. To make it even more convoluted, I decided I am going to attempt to load all of this using an 80s portable cassette player. Okay, so this is the FM transmitter. I've got it plugged into the headphone jack on this 80s cassette player. So we turn it on, then we have to choose a frequency and then tune both radios into that. So I'm just going to quickly do that, and then we can give this little experiment a try.
So I won't spoil it exactly what happened during this experiment. You'll have to watch the episode for that. But it's an interesting take on it. It's kind of like the old Network 2 controller where you'd have this central thing was all cabled, though, where you'd play, load a cassette from one central one, and then everything else would get it. Also like Boise's project from last week, where he's using the cartridges to, load cartridges across on a network. This is just doing it wirelessly using the existing technology that's already there. And kind of an interesting way of doing it.
So is he using the ancient analog TV as both the FM receiver and the display?
Yes. It's an all-in-one package.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, but he has to switch from the TV display over to the radio mode to actually do the load.
Yep.
So he ends up doing the loads blind.
Right.
And then
Yeah,
you've
right.
got to find out whether or not you hear a click and when to see if it loaded successfully or not. It's very cool. It's a very cool video. Really do give it a watch.
Okay, got to do that.
Next up, this is somebody I'd not seen on YouTube before. Jose Antonio Vacabello put up on YouTube and showing an unboxing of a CoCo 2 receive with 4 joysticks. We gets 2 of the original aluminum handled Black Beauties plus 2 of the plastic ones. He also gets a CGP 115 color ink, little pen printer. And he also gets 1 single cartridge for Arkanoid, and it's in Spanish. And I know we've got some Spanish viewers, and they don't often get stuff in their native language, so it's nice to get this one here. So it's a bit of a yellowed CoCo 2, but and he doesn't actually fire it up to see if it's working quite yet at this point. But you can see there on the top, he's put the silver handled original Black Beauties on the back, further away from the camera, and the 2 newer ones there. And then he opens up the printer, and he's actually got the manuals and everything for it too. And then he gets a game cartridge there and just shows how that plugs in. He hasn't actually done any play on it. I don't know if he's planning on doing that. I don't speak Spanish, so if he mentioned that, I'm sorry, I didn't know if he did or not. But I just wanted to put a plug there because I know we've got some viewers in Central and South America that Spanish is their native language, and of course people in Spain too. So it's nice to have something that they don't have to translate. Next up, we have Carlos, who actually has a couple of things we're going to be mentioning today. The first one here is he's got this 40th anniversary. Like, this was planned for the fest originally, which of course didn't happen. We had to go virtual because of COVID. So he's got this design. We can get a black shirt or white shirt, and it's got the 40th anniversary of the TRS-80 color computer on the front. And the little blurb says, 10 print 1980 to 2020, which is kind of cool. Go to 10. But on the back, he's actually got a bit of a, kind of a schematic diagram of the system block of how everything plugs into each other, how the different chips work. So that's the ultimate geek t-shirt. I don't know if I'd be wearing that to a party or anything, but it'd be pretty cool to wear to a fest. And he's actually taking orders. And I know some people, I think Alan Huffman's ordered one already, and I think some others have too. So once you guys get them on, or actually modeled them on the show, I'd like to see what it actually looks like in real life.
Yeah, the ordering is very easy. When I saw that, I actually placed the order, and he sent me a message that I was actually the first person to order one. So I'll be kind of curious to see what they come in looking like. So
have you got an expected arrival date on that yet, or Brian?
Nope, it just shows the paid, and so we're hoping that in the next day or so that it'll start shipping. So
okay, cool.
Should be very cool.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So if you're also the first one to receive it as well as order it, then model it on the next show.
Very good.
Of course, you have to turn around. We have to see the back too. So his second one, this is kind of an interesting one for me. I've actually got some of these old dust covers. Now, the Tandy sold dust covers for the CoCos themselves, for the cassette recorders, printers, like some of the peripherals and stuff too. And they definitely get kind of hard and brittle and don't fold over well, and they kind of get yellowed and gross and stuff like that just from time. But he's apparently found a way to kind of rekindle them, and he goes through the steps here doing it. I don't know if you guys have ever done this yourselves, so I'm just going by what he's saying here. But he cleans it with warm bleach and mildew remover, leaves it in the sun a few days. That's kind of like the retrobiting style thing. Places the cover of the CoCo 2 once it's at room temperature. Use rubber bands or tape to stretch it over the CoCo case. Leave it for a few days. And this is kind of stretching it back out and getting it less brittle and also make it fit better again. Then he uses a hot air blow dryer or hair dryer to gently heat the cover, not staying in one spot. Keep it moving. Don't melt or shrink the plastic with the high heat. Leave that for a few days after you do that. Now you have a cover that is soft, clear, and fits over your machine properly. So I've actually, like I said, I've got a few here. I might actually try this because they won't go over the CoCo right now. They won't stay on anyway because they're pretty well half hardened at this point. So has anybody else ever tried this experiment or even heard of this method of fixing a dust cover?
I'm gonna, because I have some that are still original folded and they won't unfold. So
I've done
Seems reasonable.
When I was retrowriting a couple computers this summer, I did throw a cover in, and I did whiten the cover, but I didn't try the other steps there to kind of soften it. I was just trying to get the yellow out. So it'd be interesting to try the other ones.
Okay. Well, if anybody gets that before I do, I'd definitely like to hear what your result of the experiment is too.
I have the same problem you do. Sun for a few days is going to take about 3-4 months to have it.
Yeah, I also don't know if it works in -40. I might have to wait till summer. It might be just hard and brittle just from being, mega cold. Next up, we have Alan Huffman has done another one of his blog posts, and this is benchmarking the CoCo keyboard, and it's part 1, so obviously he's planning on going a bit further on it. And this was based on a question that John McClellan had posted in the CoCo group. And what he was trying to do, in key will read a key and then immediately, figure that you've pressed it and that's all I need to do. And you'll have to let go and press it again for it to register as an in key again. And he wanted something where you could just hit the key and hold it down and it would actually register that for a key repeat type thing. And he gets into doing some of the peaks and to actually read the polecat buffer routines and also the actual PIAs themselves. So Alan decides to go through this and figure out, some differences between the various methods of doing this here from the PIA or from the rollover routine. And then he also got some comments from William Astle, who's kind of like our local, basic disassembled expert, who was mentioning some of the differences between the various versions of the Color Basic. And I do remember some of these because I wrote a really crappy basic game back in like 81, 82 on my original CoCo 1.1 basic. And when the CoCo 1.2 and 1.3 basic came out, it started playing like crap because the keyboard routine was different and it didn't react the same. and the key repeat stuff I was trying to do didn't work properly anymore. So he actually kind of goes through an explanation here what the differences in the ROMs are and then some of the tricks that you can do there. So I'm pretty sure after reading these comments from William that Alan's going to kind of do a follow-up article on this fairly soon going into, but it's kind of nice because for basic games, I mean, some games you do want to be able to just tap the key and have to keep tapping it to move something. There's others though where you'd rather just hold the key, you know, left to right to move left and right. You don't have to keep hitting it. So this will be a nice tutorial for you know, color basic and extended basic, super extended basic users to be able to do the key repeat stuff. Next up, this is a pretty cool one too. Jan Voss posted in here that they were using CoCo2s to actually test breathing air equipment, which I don't know in the era of COVID, these might even still be used right now. Who knows? We actually had some pictures here of some of the pieces where they were using it. It was basically used as a tester for it to make sure that it's operating correctly. And one of these systems is actually on eBay, and they actually, you know, changed the label here for their own custom label for doing the actual thing and the custom cable that, you know, plugged in. It's obviously been a well-used machine. So it's called Pause It Check by Biosystems Inc. So that's I know we've seen that one, the one CoCo2, a series of CoCo2s that was on eBay for years and years because it was charging way too much for some newspaper, I think, had it in New York or something. So this is another one of those
New York
specialty
Times CoCo2.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Thanks. So this one here is actually another CoCo2 specialty project where they're using the CoCo2 as part of another piece of hardware that's, you know, way beyond a CoCo type thing. And, you know, custom labeling it, custom cabling it, custom software, probably custom ROM, and using it in an industrial setting. So I thought that was kind of cool. Next up here, and I know John Laurie and a few others have commented on this. So this is Craig Federighi, who's the Senior Vice President of Software. And if you ever watched Apple keynotes, he's also famous for his hair because it's perfectly coiffed at all times. But he goes and he did this little lecture thing here where he actually went through his history of getting into computers as a young kid. And his first computer was a CoCo. And he actually remembered the 6809 being a pretty good processor from back in the day, which is kind of ironic considering the very first Macintosh prototypes when Jeff Raskin was still in charge of the project around 881 was using a 6809. That was his original vision for it, not the 68000, because that was a really expensive chip. So that was pretty interesting. So I've got it queued up right to where he just mentions the CoCo. So I'll just play, 30, 40 seconds of it so you guys can hear it. Let's turn this up just Twitch.
My computer, so I started doing housework and doing weeding, and I was doing all these chores because I was going to buy a computer. And eventually I did. I bought a TRS-80 color computer, look it up, 6809 processor, decent thing. I couldn't afford an Apple at the time. But I worked, I got jobs, little odd jobs doing programming.
Of course, he's not going to concentrate on because he's an Apple guy. Works for Apple, one of their higher ups, actually. So, but the fact that he started on that was on the CoCo was actually a pretty interesting tidbit I did not know. And the whole interview is actually quite good too, if you just want a bit of a history of him. And he's been one of the upper echelon software engineers at Apple for decades. I think I'm trying to remember. Mark, you might know this. Was he originally at Next? Was he one of the people that came over from Next?
I don't know. I didn't follow all the people that went to Next. I know some of them, but not. I don't recognize his name, but he might be.
Yeah, I can't remember if he's or not. Anyway, it's a really good interview. Chris Burke here, he mentioned, we've talked about Chris a lot because of course he did tons of stuff. He did RSP, he did the Burke & Burke hard drive controllers, he did the Logitech ScanMan driver, Dagger Patch, to run Dungeons & Dagger, saving games to disk, and just tons of other things that he's done. But he's mentioned in the past, since he kind of came back in the CoCo community in the last year, that he's lost pretty well all the source code. He doesn't have it anymore. Well, he found a snippet of one. So he found his old CyberVoice text-to-speech code. Now, I don't think he's published it quite yet, but it was basically a program to control the CyberVoice cartridge, which is a speech cartridge, I think based on the same chip as the Sound Speech Pack, if I remember. I might be wrong on that. But just the fact that he actually managed to find some of his source, because the only source I think Bill and I have seen, we reverse disassembled his BBF-H disk driver for the Burke & Burke. So we do have source commented by us, not by Chris's original comments. So there's bits of source there too, but a lot of his other stuff has been kind of lost over the years. So hopefully more stuff keeps turning up, because it'd be nice to get some of that stuff back. I know Chris wouldn't mind it either. So this was a cool one in the furnace. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Rick Adams is familiar with that. This was a cool project in the Dragon Facebook group. So I don't know if you can quite see it here on the picture here, but the top is an actual floppy drive, a regular 5 1/4, and the bottom one's a GoTech, which is a floppy, simulator type thing. Now what he's done here is he's 3D printed the case to hold all this stuff here. And the design is on Thingiverse, so if anybody wants to make it, and I mean, it doesn't have to be a GoTech in a 5 1/4 inch. You can put two 5 1/4s or put a 3 1/2 with a 5 1/4 inch mount and a 5 1/4 in there. But it's actually a fairly well done case, I thought. And the fact he made everything all black and it kind of matches, and it's like the Darth Vader CoCo or Dragon plug-in case there. It's pretty cool. And this one, since we actually have the guy that made this video on the call here, I think I'll let him talk about it. I'll mute it and you can just kind of explain what you're doing.
Sure, Curtis. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is my original cassette recorder from, I would think, about 1984, 85. This is the CCR 82. And as you can see, the belts were shot. One of them was completely broken. The other two were stretched out and gooey. They actually leave black behind and make a mess. But I thought that was probably the only issue with it. So I went in, replaced the belts, and put it all back together. You know, there's a lot of resoldering of wires, and it's all very fragile stuff. And it still didn't play. I didn't get any sound out of it. And so I had to go in and troubleshoot the PCB. And I was looking at the amplifiers and the playhead, and finally it turned out I needed to replace the main IC on the board. And I had put in an order for some ICs that I found, I think they were on eBay. And while I was waiting, I got a delivery, and fortunately, Rick came in and saved the day. How do you say your last name, Rick? Uland? Uland. Rick Uland came in and saved the day and sent another CCR 82, and so I did get mine running again, and I also got his working, and his model has a broken rewind mechanism. So, you know, a lot of these were fragile. There's Rick's. The one I'm shaking in my hand there, that's Rick's unit. And inside, go ahead.
Just saying, parts be rattling while you shake that, right?
Oh yeah, there were screws loose, and fortunately the loose screws get picked up by the speaker magnets, so you don't lose many screws because of that little self-retaining feature of the magnet. And so anyway, Rick's is working, but the rewind is broken, so I have to flip it over and fast forward when I want to rewind his. But maybe in the future, someone will come up with a way to 3D print a new mechanism for the parts that commonly break in these.
Cool. And then you played this game, which I hadn't seen before, which you actually did as a test to load off the cassette.
Exactly. So I'd never got my original tape copy of this game to load, because I think that while my recorder was broken, I think it was actually erasing half of the time. So so I foolishly, used my original cassette to test out this unknown thing, which I won't do that again. But so I ended up making a new copy of the game on a new cassette tape. And so here I am playing a game that first typed in from the Rainbow magazine when I was about 12.
And you got this off the original tape you typed in when you were 12?
No, I couldn't. Unfortunately, I couldn't retrieve it from the original tape, so I pulled it off of Rainbow on tape.
Oh, okay.
Well done.
Fun little game for a typed-in game, though.
Yeah, it's actually got that little auto mapping thing, or not auto mapping, but the kind of graphical representation of you're walking through and.
Right, and I know a lot of other people have broken cassette recorders, and if we could come up with a way to 3D print a piece or bend a little piece of metal for a bracket, we could probably fix a whole pile of these. I know David Ladd was mentioning that one of his is broken.
Yeah, I have to try mine. I do have a CCR82. I might even have the old CTR51 left over somewhere too, but I haven't tried it in years. I don't know if it's broken or not.
I like the 82s because they are so specifically a computer cassette recorder with the monitor switches and pause switch and things.
Yeah, and plus they're nice, small, and compact too, like the old CTR51s and those older ones. They were huge.
And
Or the original CCR. Go ahead.
One last thing that I'll mention before you skip on is I'm alluding to next week's video, which is a ROM hack where I improve the C save routine in Extended Color Basic.
Oh, cool. We'll have to have you on next week to explain that one too.
Well, I hope I can make it. I hope I actually come through with the hack. But yeah, actually, I've proven the hack out. I just need to record the video footage of that.
Okay, we look forward to that then. Keep us posted. If it's not ready by next week, we can do it on a future show.
Sounds good. Thanks, Curtis.
Okay, thanks, Alan. And my last one, this just got put on today. So this is from Henry Reitfeld, and he actually, you can see his CoCo system here, and he's using vTerm, which is a VT100 terminal emulator for Disk Basic for the CoCo 3, and he's actually logged into Google News. So he actually goes and does a bit of a zoom up here, but this is what Google News looks like when you're running it on a CoCo. I just thought it was pretty cool that he's actually logged into the web and actually, doing something semi-useful instead of listening to us people, hype on about a 40-year-old computer, and actually learning things and doing it all in the CoCo. So that's kind of neat.
That could be interesting.
So I have no idea what's doing these side pictures there. Maybe that's his roommate or something. I don't know. And that is the end of the regular news for today.
Okay. Well, why don't we? I don't know about Ron, but I think I need a potty break. So why don't we take a commercial and hear a little bit about David Ladd, and we will be right back.
Oh yes.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast, featuring a Tandy color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the CoCo 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian CoCo 2, the Radio Shack.
CoCo 2, c'est le coq champion, des micros et donne le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas bavard, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il adore ça, les commandes, tu vois ça. Notre CoCo est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo 2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo 2 de Radio Shack. En solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
CoCo 2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac, c'est toi et CoCo 2.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel GIME-X. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a CoCo won't do?
8-slot MPI, floppy drive, CoCo SDC, sound speech pack, Orchestra 90, RS-232 pack, modem pack, Super IDE. You start adding all those together if you want them all usable at the same time. Well, guess what? You just went over the 4-slot MPI.
Hi, this is Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people, and a lot of us are here down at the CoCo Fest, having a great time. It's the second day, and we're just about done, so you guys have to come out next year.
All situations depicted in this trailer actually happened. This true story has been anonymized to protect the guilty. Starting in the dead of winter, a group of bored teenagers blew stuff up, learned code cracking, learned phone freaking, hijacked and hacked. No system was safe. No one could catch them, or so they thought. True story. At the dawn of the internet. System hacked.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And Curtis and Bill, are we ready? I don't know if David Ladd is ready, but I think that...
I am ready. I am ready for OS9 to boot.
Oh. I'm ready for the presentation. I'm not sure if I'm ready for David Ladd.
Okay. Well, to get us in the mood, I whipped up a little something last night when I probably should have been doing more prep on the actual show. But I have a little video, and I think it'll give you an idea of what you can expect in ease of use Beta 6. So let's take a look.
Drivewire, Drivewire, Drivewire.
GIME-X ready. GenQuest. MV Canvas. Home Publisher. RSB 1.3. Phantom Graph. Faster performance. Sierra Homebrew Games. Duster by Todd Wallace. Expanded Help. And much more. Ease of use, Beta 6.
Tonight, no! You better tell me loose. You better set me free, cause I'm a hard dog running free. A little bit better than I used to be, cause I'm alive. Alive wire.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
And with that, the floor is yours, sir.
Good job, man.
Sir Boyle.
Okay, so the first thing, I know we've had quite an influx of new people in the CoCo community since the last version of NitrOS9 Ease of Use was released, which was, well, not quite a year ago, but coming up on that pretty quick. So I've had a lot of questions about what exactly is Ease of Use? What is NitrOS9? What is OS9? So I thought I'd run through a little bit of that first, just a little bit of history and you know, what the project is and what its goals are. So that'll be the first thing I'll be covering here. So I'm just going to share. I can find the right one here. Chet might know some of this history too. Okay, so first of all, OS9 is a multi-user, multitasking, preemptive multitasking operating system for 8-bit computers based on the 6809 and then later on for the 68000 and ARM and Intel and PowerPC and DEC Alpha and a bunch of things. It originally started with Ken Kaplan. I think he was still in college at the time, the founder of Microware. And what he did is he made one for the 6800 processor back in 1976 called RT68. And this is a 1980 or 1979 ad from 68 Microjournal kind of talking about it. And it was a multitasking. It didn't have multi-user and some of the other things here, but it did have, you know, basic priority levels and stuff, a few other things. So it was a pretty sophisticated operating system for the time, especially for 76 for a microcomputer. So what they did afterwards is they, when the 6809 came out, Motorola and Microware actually worked together on what became Basic 09, which is the structured BASIC / Pascal style language that is included with Nitrous 9. And they did that first as a showpiece for the chip, and they kind of worked together on it to show off the power of the 6809. And then they decided, you know, we kind of need an operating system around this thing too. So then they created OS9, which they then started advertising a little bit later. So here's the OS9 getting released. This is in July 1980. So this is actually the 68 Microjournal magazine ad for OS9 level 1, though there wasn't a level 2 back at that point, at the exact same time that the CoCo 1 was first being announced by Tandy. Now, Tandy did not start selling OS9 for another 3.25 years after that. But this is when it became full multi-user and multitasking and much more Unix-like than the original RT68.
This predates even DOS.
Yep. Yes, it does.
Did they ever anticipate going to a CoCo back when it first came out?
I'm sure there was. I mean, the original, from what I understand of the history of it, from talking to Frank Hogg and some others, is that there was talk that Radio Shack, when they were bringing out the 64K color computer in 1983, they were planning on having a more advanced operating system for it. Now, Flex was in the running for this too, for a little bit, and then they decided on OS9, and then there was going to be several different ports of it. You know, Microware was going to do their own, and the Frank Hogg had been enlisted for possibly doing a port of it too. And it ended up that they went with, you know, Microware's own version. And this here is from the RSC 10 catalog from early 1984, when they first announced it, when the, you know, just after the CoCo 1 64K and the CoCo 2 64K came out. And, you know, it comes with the editor assembler and stuff like that. So that's the first ad when that happened. And
Did
then
you have to go digging for this?
A little bit, but not too much. And then, I mean, it was pretty decent. It required 64K on the color computer's case. It actually supported graphics, which a lot of the other versions of OS9 Level 1 and other machines didn't, because they were meant for terminal-based systems like GIME-X's and smoke signal chieftains and all this kind of stuff. So it was a bit of a different market. You probably remember some of the full-page ads GIME-X used to have. We could buy, you know, a 6809 system for only $5,000 type of thing.
Basic was $99.95 right here, so there you go.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's goal change, but in the CoCo 1's case, I mean, it could do preemptive multitasking, but with only one 32-column screen, it wasn't incredibly useful. Now, Tandy did sell 80-column cards, third party, like the WordPack 2, and there were drivers supporting that, and you could actually run them both at the same time. So you could have a 32-column screen or run a P-Mode 4 program or something like that on the CoCo, and then log in with a terminal with an 80 by 24, you know, screen at the same time, and you could actually do some multitasking then. And it did support multi-user that way. You could have the other person log in, and then they have their own directory, and they have their own permissions of what files they can change and that kind of thing. So it's pretty cool. It's almost like having a mainframe in your house type thing on a small scale. But it was a little bit limited in usefulness because of 64K. So a few years later, when the CoCo 3 came out, they contracted Microware again to do, well, multiple things. They did the super extended basic patches. Then they did the OS9 Level 2 and multiview and a bunch of things we're going to get into. So when that came out and announced in 1986, now it was a little bit late because the CoCo 3 was announced in July of 1986, and I think it started going on sale September, October, if I remember. And originally, OS9 Level 2 was supposed to be out, you know, before the end of the year, and from what I remember, it didn't quite make it, or it was very, very late in the year. And you can see down here on the left column, second from the bottom, OS9 Level 2 coming out. Now, the basic difference between Level 1 and Level 2 is Level 1 was meant for just a stock 6809 with 64K of RAM and then whatever peripherals you're supporting. OS9 Level 2 is meant for machines that have an MMU, a memory management unit. And this will allow an 8-bit CPU to use more than 64K. And in the CoCo 3's case, it would work with 128K or 512K. And of course, that's changed a bit over the years too, as third parties have come up with more RAM, which was good enough in itself because that gave it a lot of room to actually do some real multitasking with. And of course, the CoCo 3 runs at twice the speed as the CoCo 1. That helped too. The big thing though is because they actually started supporting the new advanced graphics and hardware text modes on the CoCo 3s that you have native 80 column or 40 column. And because of the way it's memory mapped, you can actually have multiple screens and you just poke one byte and basically it switches your screens instantly. That's the whole hit clear to go to the next screen type thing. And that made it very useful because now we had virtual desktops, which very few machines had. A lot of machines at this time by the 87, 86 timeframe had windowing systems, but you had to overlap them. And that got kind of crowded, especially on the earlier machines that didn't have as high that resolution. If you're running like 6 apps on the same screen, say the original Mac, which is 512 by 384, well, then you got to if you want to see what the other window's doing, you got to click on it so you can bring it up to the front so you can see what it's doing. And then the other one behind it, you can't see what it's doing. And you're constantly switching back and forth, switching between dragging this window off to the side so I can see what this other window's doing. And it's kind of not as productive as it could have been. And on the CoCo 3, they kind of jumped ahead to where we have virtual desktops now where you can just swipe and go between entire different screens of apps, or you can be running Photoshop on this screen, swipe, and now I'm running Chrome on this one or whatever type thing. And we kind of had that back in 86, 87 here because you just hit clear and you could have graphic screens, text screens, a GUI, a game, whatever, it didn't matter. So that was pretty advanced for the time. And part of that was when they came out was called Multiview. And this is the first ad for it here from Tandy from the 17B catalog, which is late 87. It was also running behind schedule and came out late. One bit of trivia, OS9 Level 2 for the hackers back in the day, because a lot of people that use Level 1 were really looking forward to Level 2, especially after reading about the windowing system and stuff. Because it was behind schedule, Tandy for the Epics released the game Rogue, which runs under OS9 Level 2, and it was required. OS9 Level 2 was not quite ready for prime time yet, but they did include a good chunk of OS9 Level 2 on Rogue. And then when people figured this out, they actually hacked it together with pieces from Level 1 to make a fully functional Level 2 system. So people that bought the Rogue game actually got OS9 Level 2 months before the actual release happened. And a lot of the hackers actually set it up so they could actually start working on stuff. So when Level 2 actually came out, they had programs ready for it already, which was kind of cool. Anyway, enough that aside. So this is when they announced the Multiview. This was announced in the second half of 1987 and came out near the end of the year. And this is the GUI, the graphical shell. Now, we did have graphics and stuff. It's not like you needed this to do high-res graphics. That was all built into Level 2 itself. But this had the whole subsystem of doing, pop-up windows and overlay or drop-down menus and that kind of stuff. Automatic mouse following, so you didn't have to program it to, you move the mouse, I have to put the cursor over here. You just turn it on and it does it for you type thing. So it makes it a lot easier. And that's what G Shell's based on, which you guys have seen EOU or NitrOS9 have already seen this before. And of course, they've been bringing other things too. There's other languages. There's stuff like Pascal and, a bunch of other things too. The macro assembler, C compiler, etc.
Curtis.
Yep.
Did anybody else ever contribute to Multiview to expand it a little bit? Was that the idea, to actually make it the code available so that you could actually?
Well, Tandy never made code available for any of this stuff, or Microware for that matter. Yes, people have expanded. Kent Myers did the original G Shell up to 1.24, and then he gave it on to me just a few years before he passed away. And then I've been kind of, adding to it myself since then. So yes, it's still actively being added to. In fact, there's a couple changes on the new version of EOU Beta 6 too.
Although Multiview gave you WinDent instead of GraphDent, which was...
Yeah, that was a high-level menu handling, basically. It's the one that handles all of the fancy borders on Windows, and it handles the drop-down menus and stuff, so you don't have to program all that by hand.
So like what was it? There was a Shellmate or something like that used WinDent to do its menuing. And I thought that was really slick, but I never quite got a handle on it at the time.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated setup, and there's some enhancements to Basic 09's library, Graphics 2 library, that actually makes it a bit easier. It's still not super easy. I do plan on doing either a live stream or a video to kind of explain how that works. There's some docs on the ease of use you can actually take a look at to read that. It's part of the new help system, and there's also the full docs originally from Kevin Darling and the rest of how to set that up. So definitely something we want to cover for the general public later. Now, just to give you an idea, oh, sorry, go ahead.
How does M Shell fit into this?
M Shell, that's Bill Pierce's, yeah. Bill Pierce's. That's a file manager. It's not a graphical launcher like G Shell. Like G Shell has limited file management capabilities, very limited, like very primitive stuff. And it's basically meant as a program launcher, and directory navigation is what it's more meant for.
Yeah, I would compare it to Directory Opus from the Amiga, if people know that.
Because Bill's system is meant to manipulate files. Like I want to move files between directories or drives or that type of thing. And it's much better at that than G Shell is. G Shell just does some very primitive stuff like that. Now I'm planning eventually on an expanding G Shell to cover some of that, but I'm not going to go into the extent that Bill's done with M Shell. M Shell is actually installed on ease of use too. Though I think, is it Ultimuse or M Shell that has a problem saving the config file on your system?
So Ultimuse is fully functional. You cannot save your config file. M Shell has more serious problems, but you can start it up to at least take a look at it. But M Shell is missing its Windows.
Okay, so that's something we're going to have to work with Bill Pierce and actually trying to get that stuff kind of resolved here. So once this is out, I mean, Bill and I have already been planning on doing a 6.1 update because we're sure to find bugs now that it's going out of the wide beta within the next couple of weeks. And the whole public will be able to hit on it. And that's usually when we find the most bugs because users are so innovative at finding those things. They'll do something I never thought in a million years. So it says kind of a, sorry?
Especially David.
Yeah. So Tim Linder did a video years ago, I think 6 years ago now, of installing Multiview. And this was installing Multiview on a CoCo 3 with a Disto Supercontroller 2, which is a no-halt disk controller. And I just wanted to show this to kind of show you what G Shell was like back in the day. This is the stock G Shell from Tandy running on a floppy. Now, with the no-halt controller, it actually runs pretty good as far as the speed reaction of the mouse cursor and stuff like that. So it goes to an hourglass, which you'll see shortly. When Ken Myers took it over, he decided to shut off updating the mouse cursor if it's busy loading a directory and all the icons it needs for directory. Now, that does definitely sped up reading a directory because I didn't have to sit there, read a chunk from the disk and then, manipulate some graphics to move the hourglass because somebody moved their mouse and then go back to the disk and keep swapping back and forth and slow the whole thing down. So he shut it completely off in G Shell 2.1.24. But that made a lot of people think, I think it's frozen. The machine's not doing anything. I can move the mouse, nothing happens. So we put it back in. You can move the mouse, but we cut down the sampling rate. So instead of checking the mouse updating every 30th of a second or something like that, we're only doing it 5 times per second. So that way, it's not crashed and it's running slower because it's busy hitting the hard drive or the floppy drive or whatever. So you'll see that here. But here's what Multiview looked like back in the day.
And the sound.
Oh, my eyes.
Smooth micing, even when the floppy disk is being read or written to.
We've changed the way you highlight too, because it used to do a paint at a paint point, but sometimes people drew icons and it would paint nothing, so you didn't even know you have anything selected. So we've switched it to the outside 3D box indented look instead.
Curtis, what screensaver are you running?
Screensaver?
Yeah, the screensavers are really important at this point, aren't they? Like Melt and Crumble and all those.
It's showing the resizable windows for the special apps that were written to do that. You're only allowed to resize it once when you're creating it, though.
Yeah, there's no Nick Morente's trash can on this one.
Yeah, I was saying.
There's not even a trash can at all, you'll notice.
There's something missing there.
There's no printer, there's no trash can. That was all added on later.
Ah, now it's a burning dumpster.
Looks like the clock was fixed then. At the top.
No, I think he cheated and said it's a 1914 just to get it to look proper. All right, that's a little demo of what Multiview used to look like back in the day. So we've updated that a fair bit.
We've come a long way.
Yeah.
Long way. Fast for
So,
back then, no.
for the people that are wondering about ease of use, because that basically explains the Nitrous 9 and Multiview. So what is ease of use? How is that different than the regular Nitrous 9 or OS 9? I guess first I should go a bit of history of Nitrous 9 first itself. So that's OS 9 level 2. In 1992, and we've talked about this before, it was revealed that the 609 Hitachi chip, which several people had been putting in CoCos already at that point, because it was a drop-in replacement, and it was running much cooler. It only took 1/10 the power. And it was available for up to 3 megahertz. So if you're one of those guys that were tweaking your clocks and stuff to overclock it, it actually did pretty good. Came out in 1992 across the listservs and off the internet. Some stuff came in from Japan from an old magazine called OFM 88, which was for the Fujitsu FM series computers, which ran 6809s as well. That the 609 actually had a whole bunch of extra hidden features. It had extra registers. It had a native mode that ran faster, block memory instructions, hardware, multiply and divide, all kinds of things, bit commands, etc. And Kevin Darling did a quick experiment, I believe it was in April. Chet, you might correct me if I'm wrong, because you were around for that time too when that happened. But basically he tested and said, yeah, this does seem to work. These new commands do work. Gee, somebody should do something with OS9 about that. And the first person to do that was Chris Burke of Burke and Burke fame, who we mentioned in the news earlier. So he did a product called Power Boost. And Power Boost basically ran in emulation mode. So it ran as a 6809. It just used the extra instructions and the extra registers to speed up and optimize certain things, especially like disk drivers and screen scrolling and stuff like that. And then Bill, I'll let Bill Noble take over a bit here, because him and Wes Gale met at the Pacific Northwest Fest in, was it 92 or 93?
It was in 92.
92. And you guys start talking about doing a full native mode implementation to gain that extra 10 to 15% of native mode speed on top of the extra stuff that you're doing. So if you want to kind of take it from there, Bill, and explain what exactly got you guys started on that and how that came about.
Well, actually, it was actually at that Pacific Northwest show that, well, Wes invited me to actually tag along for his presentation for telecommunications on the color computer. And at the time, I was actually working on a project with Wes and Chuck West or Charles West and Ron Byler for the actual RIBS system. And we were actually doing a lot of code updates for the RIBS system to make FidoNet a little bit more useful. But at that show, we actually got to see the Power Boost software from Chris Burke. And that's where we were actually started talking with each other that, hey, how about if we actually were to take the actual OS9 kernel and OS9 boot file and completely change it so that it ran in full 6309 native mode. And after the show, we got back to Wes's house and we started really discussing this about what it would take to actually do it. And that's where it actually started with the actual disassembly of what at the time it was OS9 P1, P2, REL, and the actual main file managers, which is RBF and SEF and IOMan. And that completely started the actual whole project of actually getting it all going. So once I actually got back to Saskatoon, where I was living at the time, I took this information and I took it to Curtis and I said, well, here, this is what we want to try to do. You think it's possible?
And I said no.
Curtis, of course, he said no. And I said, okay, let me prove it to you. So I actually started with the disassembly of REL and OS9 P1. And I found in the whole operating system itself where it actually did all the actual stack registers and everything like that for the interrupts. And I found the locations of what needed to be changed for when registers get dumped onto the stack. It switches to the next process, restores those registers for that process, and goes on. And I can't remember exactly how long it took me to do that, but I believe it was around 3 or 4 months that I actually finally got it working one night. And I ended up phoning Curtis and I said, I got it going. Yep. It's running in native mode.
So I forego sleep and I quickly got dressed. I was like 2 or 3 in the morning because we were working night shifts. Yeah. And I drove down to work where he was doing it, and I ended up staying. And then then I had to do some actual work later on in the morning. But Yeah, I was quite surprised because it was a huge project to be able to disassemble an operating system from scratch without ever having done that before, figuring out how it all worked, and then patching it to work with the new CPU. And I just figured that's too much for one person to bite off. I had heard a bit about the upgrade that Kevin Darling and the rest, but that was a team of like over a dozen people doing it. And I figured there's no way, one or two people can just do this, and they'll prove me wrong.
Yeah.
So the last thing go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I was just going to say, and that's what started the Nitrous 9 at that time.
Yep, and then we first went on sale later in 1992 because as soon as you showed me that, that's when I joined in because I was going, holy cow, you guys actually did it. And so then it was the three of us, and then a couple years later, Alan DeCock joined in too, and then years afterwards, I mean, all of us started slowly getting burnt out because we were doing it, constantly for years. And I think I was the last one standing at the end of 2001 when 2.01 was released, and I couldn't do it anymore either. So then we decided, well, what are we going to do with this? Because originally it was a commercial product that sold for like $35. In fact, if I can find it, I have the manual here. So this is the original, when it was called an Expeditor back then. This is the 1.15 manual from 1993 from Gale Force Enterprises, which is Wes Gale's company in BC. And at the last few years, we just did free updates for everybody. We weren't charging for it anymore because everybody who was going to buy it already basically bought it. And then after we just decided we were getting too burned out on this, what are we going to do with it now? I mean, we could have been hoarders and just kept all the code and just kept it, but we decided, no, you know what, the community's helped share in this, and they've paid us a fair bit of money over the years to develop it. Let's just give it back to the community. So we arranged with Boise Pete, sent him all the source code for stuff we had, and there was a couple of hard drive crashes, so we didn't have quite everything that we had originally, but most of it was there. And we sent it back to Boise, and that's how the Nitrous 9 project you guys see on the web started, because then he took it over, and Robert Galt and a bunch of others joined in, Gene Heskett, and I can't remember all the names that are in there, but basically they took it over. And then I got back into it around 2017, and I think Bill about a year later. Kind of, the itch was happening again, so we rejoined again. And ease of use was built from that, and that ease of use was kind of speared by Nick Marentes, because he always complained. I mean, we were talking back and forth between Disk Basic and OS9, the whole war thing that was going on in the 90s and the 2000s. Which is better, which is more useful, etc. So he was always saying, it's a pain in the ass. If you boot it up, you try to install something, it crashes, it breaks, and then that's it. I'm done. And he had I think it was what was it, Nick, a 30-second rule that if you couldn't get something running in 30 seconds in Nitrous 9, that was it. You were done, and you went back to something else.
That's it. Shut down, move on.
Which happened a lot. So the whole point of ease of use, and this is a new approach that neither Bill nor I had taken back in the old days. We were the hardcore geeks back then. We wanted to, make it more powerful and put in all these fancy system calls and speed things up and whatever else. But we did not have much consideration for a user that was not familiar with OS9, not familiar with Unix. And the difference here is I came back into it after 15 years, and enough of it had changed that I was having problems figuring out what some of the new commands were and how the syntax changes and stuff. So I went, I kind of understand why the users like Nick were complaining 15 years ago, because I don't understand this anymore, and I helped write the damn thing. So then we decided to take a stab at trying to make it user-friendly in some ways. Both the install process, which basically is, here's a hard drive image, drop in your STC, type DOS, that's all you need to know. It'll fire up, and also concentrating much more on the GUI side of things, because that's just generally easier, because every modern computer works that way. So that if you know how to click a mouse and select a file, I mean, you're basically halfway there already. So that was the other big thing. And then we also wanted to get back to the geeky stuff of adding in new stuff and, expanding the capabilities, speeding it up still even more. And things had changed over the years too, because Boise, when they took it over, instead of concentrating just on the 609, which is what we did, Nitrous 9 as a commercial product was only 609. That's all it ever was. They actually backported it back to the 609. So some of the new features we'd been adding in actually got added back in on the 609 side of things. So one thing I've concentrated on the last few years here is trying to get the 609 more optimized speed-wise, especially in the graphics engine, to get it closer to the 609 so that if anybody wants to write a game using standard calls or basic 9 or whatever, that they'll have a much better experience and much faster graphics response now than they would have been originally. And that way you have a base that's a lot higher that you can shoot from. So basically, the whole purpose of ease of use, and it's kind of five-fold. There's 5 parts to it. One is make it much easier to use for the casual user, and that's both for installing it, as we mentioned, and for running it itself. There's a lot of technical geek stuff you can still do. A lot of command line stuff you can still do. You don't have to though to use it, which in the old days you pretty well did have to. Number two, we want to fix many programs that have been broken over the years because a lot of the commands have changed, etc. Some of the older software that we no longer have source code for doesn't work. You'll run it, you'll get weird errors, and it just doesn't react properly. So I'm gradually going through and trying to decompile or disassemble some of these things or patch them in place if I can to fix them up to use some of the new stuff. And we're gradually adding programs as we go. Every release of Ease of Use, we have thrown in some more. Some of the ones on this one, as has been mentioned by Rob, aren't quite there yet, but they are running, which they weren't properly running before. And there was still some tweaks, obviously, we have to do, so that'll just keep happening. That's an ongoing project. Optimize and enhance Nitrous 9 itself. There's some of that in this new release. There's new features that we'll be going through. Have all kinds of driver special fonts and base graphics programs and stuff pre-installed. So everything is at one's fingertips without them having to figure out how to get it all to work together. This was a rather fatal flaw on the original one because, well, one, because it was on floppy drives mostly, so you didn't have a lot of room for this kind of stuff. But, people would, hard code a game for a certain font they wanted, but they replaced the system font with this new font. So if you ran their program first, then tried to run something else, it didn't show up correctly because all of a sudden they'd redefine some alt characters to be like, card deck suits or something like that. And you're expecting it to be something totally different. And it caused a problem because everybody was overwriting each other's stuff. As far, people in the old days did get put buffers. They didn't think of a way to make it unique to their program, their process. Now it's recommended get your ID number because every process has its own ID number. And if you're doing any custom get put buffers, you do them in the group under your ID number. That way, you've kind of reserved them for yourselves. Well, in the old days, people weren't doing that. So you'd run one game in one window. It'd load up group number one with a bunch of graphics. And then you'd run a game in a second window, which also is using group one. So it promptly redid all the graphics the first program thought it had. And then you go back to the first program, it's just gobbledygook because it's not even the same size, get put buffers, different colors. It just turned into a schmozzy mess. So that we're trying to standardize things so that there's base stuff that's always same and consistent, and we'll kind of be the gatekeepers on some of that stuff. You submit a font, like Todd Wallace did his IBM CJ font. We've actually inserted it officially as font number 42, as an example. So that way you'll know that that's going to work no matter what. If you have EOUs, that's what that font is.
Hey, Curtis, real quick, since you mentioned standardization, William Carlin in the chat was asking about the differences of the T mode pause and between the Nitrous 9 in the repository and EOU.
Well, actually, the both versions are on there. Now, the reason we switched it briefly back, and I promised to get this fixed for the last one, and I didn't quite get that done. So basically, the original OS9 Level 2 had T mode and X mode using a certain syntax. And then in the 90s, third-party replacement for it came out that was a bit more powerful, but it did a different standardization of how those commands work, which was totally different than the original. So anybody who wrote programs that did shell, T mode, pause, that doesn't work anymore. And we were trying to install a lot of the older software, like the old Radio Shack software and stuff, which did depend on the original syntax. So we put them back as the defaults, but if you do Tmod 2 or Xmod 2, that's the newer version. So if you have a script, you can just replace the character, the last character, change it from an E to a 2. That's a temporary stopgap to get it so you can run it either way, depending on your program. Eventually, we're going to actually make what we're going to call fat binaries. It'll handle both syntaxes. So you just run X mode, and it doesn't matter if you're running an old program or a new one. It'll figure out the syntax you're trying to do and do it appropriately. So that's an upcoming future thing. But for now, it was a hack so that we could actually get it, old programs running and new programs running. You just have to remember on the newer ones to change the command to have a 2 as the last character of the command instead of a E for X mode and T mode.
I think I just dealt with that this morning. So thank you for the Xmod 2 tip.
Yep. Yeah, I think we documented that in one of the earlier EOUs, but a lot of people are getting into it late. Don't go back and read the previous.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I just copied my old X mode from the hard drive right over Beta 6.
And all else fails, read the instructions.
Yeah. Which brings us up to the last part, and this is a bit newer. This wasn't part of our original ease of use thing. Is to redo the entire manual set. Now, we've started on the main OS9 Level 2 manual. 2 parts are up now that have all the new enhancements, all the new features, bug corrections, brand new commands, etc., brand new system calls. We've got the Windows section done, and we've got the technical reference section done. And this even includes third-party stuff. So this is pretty expensive. I think the techno reference section is 100 pages bigger than the original one was. And we're starting on the OS9 commands reference one right now and the basic 09 manual. Basic 09 won't have too many changes, but it's a large manual, so that's going to take some time. And the commands one, I mean, there's so many third-party commands that we've got included and so many new ones that have been made over the years, so many changes that's going to be a huge rewrite too. That's probably going to be less than half of it will be the original. But those are ongoing projects too, and that's part of it too. We eventually plan on getting to the C compiler, development system manual, this, the Pascal manual, the multi-view manual. Like we want to get everything up to date to what Nitrous 9 is doing now, not just the stuff that was released in 86, 87. So that's an ongoing project too. And I'd like to thank Jay Cyril, who's actually helped quite a bit on doing the typesetting and a lot of the typing and getting everything ready for that for the two manuals that we have out now available on my website.
Question, Curtis?
Yep.
Is there going to be part of the manual what the differences were between the old versions and the new versions so that people who do program using the old version can know what the actual differences are and accommodate?
Well, for the most part, we're trying. I mean, X mode and T mode is an exception because we had no control over that when it came out. But most of the time, we're trying to make things backwards compatible. So some of the system calls where we've added new features, we do have backwards compatibility modes in them where you can set a certain byte to say, just leave stuff alone the old way. So we are documenting those in the manual. I hadn't really thought of doing an actual specific, like here's exactly what's different. But if somebody wants to volunteer, I can definitely help them with that. That's actually not a bad idea. So at any rate, we're now at the point, we're in the last phases of beta testing. We've put out the one GIME-X run of testing. We've put the second one of the main ease of use beta 6 for the 609 and 609 on the SDC out earlier this week, which is adding Drivewire. Bill will be covering the Drivewire stuff. I don't have Drivewire installed in mine, so I'm always kind of like running blind. So Bill will be doing a demonstration of Drivewire, what it's capable of doing, how we've got it set up so you can easily switch between the two, and there's a reason for that I'll get into in a little bit too. But I'll be covering more of the base operating system stuff here. So currently, I think our list is 53 things that have been changed or added on the current beta. It will be out before Christmas. Christmas Eve is the absolute latest day. If the beta test, we found a few bugs we're fixing. Thanks to Nick Marotta, thanks to who was the other one? Ron Klein have found some bugs that we've done, and Rob Inman's pointed out a few that I don't think will quite get fixed, like for some of the third-party stuff, but at least we know to contact the author to work on them, like MShell, for example. So basically, there's some documentation will be coming with all the new features and what's been added and changed, some new system calls and stuff like that. So there's basically two public versions that'll be out. The 6809 version, the 639 version, those are meant for the CoCo SDC, and it's a self-contained VHD file you just mount and type DOS. That's it. That's all you need to know. If you're running on the emulators like VCC or OVCC or MAME, it also comes with a little floppy boot image. And the floppy, it does the EmuDisk driver so that it can run the emulated driver that actually will access the file, directly from your PC, Mac, Linux machine, whatever you're running your emulator on. And the reason we did that is that it's a lot of maintenance to make these VHD files because they're 128 meg. So this way we can share the same hard drive between emulators and the real CoCo. In fact, I do that all the time when I'm doing development here because I'll do changes on the hard drive. And if I want to test it in the emulator, I just boot the emulator up and it runs the exact same hard drive image. The only thing different is the boot itself, what drivers it needs to run under the emulator. So that's a big time saver for us. And we basically just have a 639 and a 6809 version of each. Now, we're also working on the GIME-X version, and this version here is the first one that officially has GIME-X support. Now, obviously, that board's still in beta itself, so we've been sending out to the beta testers. And the thing we're supporting on this first release is the DDR memory version of it, which is basically if you have one of the newer RAM upgrades that uses static RAM or STRAM, static RAM, you will get to run at 2.86 megahertz, which is a noticeable speed increase, and that works on the 689 or the 609. They both get sped up, and I'll be demonstrating a little bit of that here too today. So that's the first part. We're starting at in the extra palettes and the extra graphics, some of the extra graphics modes that fit natively into the way the graphics drivers work fairly easy in the next version. But that's our first one. So once the GIME-X is released, you get the speed increase, which is you can never have a CoCo that runs too fast. So anyway, for the first part of the demo here, I'm going to show it the 6809 version. So this is just straight 68 stock, no GIME-X speed up enable at this point. And the first thing you'll notice here, once I hit enter on the DOS here, is the initial load screen, which we're going to be fixing for Robert Galt that he mentioned on composite. It's unreadable, and that was a mistake on my part. I got spoiled. The GIME-X on the composite output actually outputs RGB colors. So if you set a gray on RGB, it comes out gray on the composite from the GIME-X port. That's not what happens on a regular composite. It comes out pink. So the colors we picked look really nice in RGB, and they look absolutely unreadable on composite because I totally forgot the GIME-X is changing all the colors. So we'll be patching that before the official release. So thanks to Robert Galt on Facebook for pointing that out when he tried it on Beta 5. So we'll get that all fixed up too. So at any rate, the first thing you'll notice here, that part actually identifies this is a 6809 boot. And this is the new splash screen, which actually gives you information on ease of use itself. And also it scans your hardware and gives you kind of like a mini BIOS report, like how much RAM you have. Do you have an SDC installed? Do you have a GIME-X installed? Is your CPU a 6809 or a 6009? Is it running in native mode or is it running in emulation mode?
Hey, Curtis.
Yeah.
And Rob, I lost YouTube. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, that's pretty major if that happened.
I think I still have it.
I still have it.
I still got it.
You can
Yeah,
put that
it looks
stuff,
like everybody else is still watching. So
All right.
you guys can put that stuff in the Zoom chat. Anyone on the panel sees anything technical so that we don't stop the show. So I don't see any problems with YouTube. So please continue and let me know if there's anything else in.
Okay, now I'm not sure how well this is going to show up audio-wise, but I'm going to type in the date here. Now there is an update on date stuff. That's part of the Bill's part of the game here, but we're still typing it in because I don't have a real-time clock in this machine. But one of the features we added is the option for key click. But basically every time you hit a key, it makes a little clicking sound, which is nice and audible, like if you want to use an adventure game or a word processor or something like that. And you can turn it on or off by the window. So you can have some windows with it and some without. And if you create new windows from another window, whatever your state of key click was gets inherited by the child one. So if I create a window from one, it inherits the key click. If I had key click shut off, then the next window that comes up from that window is still silent. So you get to inherit them as much as you want. So I don't know if this will show up or not, but I'll just type in, what is today's date? December 12th. So let me know if you can hear this over top of my mechanical keyboard here. So actually, I'll try if I can hold up closer to the speaker.
Do you have to put the / in? Guess not.
You can use space or slash or colon.
Oh. Didn't know
That's
that.
handy to know. No, me either.
Actually, on the stock CoCo, the key click works best for key repeat indication. Otherwise, the keyboard's loud enough.
Well, especially on mine, because I've got Ed's mechanical keyboard, so it's got the nice, old IBM style loud
Nice little
clicky stuff.
clicky. Yeah.
I just bang mine hard to make sure it registers.
Nice Yeti, Curtis.
And here's another thing that's new. Like it loaded all the standard fonts, graphic pointer stuff, and then it says loading extended patterns for MV Canvas. Now, MV Canvas is a graphical editing program, kind of like a CoCo Max for OS9, written by Mike Holland. Is that how it's pronounced, Chet?
Yep.
Okay. Was actually worked with Chet on Hypertech, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes. You guys kind of ran that together. You did some more of the disk basic stuff, and he did some of the OS9 stuff.
Yeah, he and Eric did did all of the OS9 stuff and OSK stuff.
Okay. So basically, MVCam. Go ahead.
A quick question, Curtis. When you're launching EOU, you can launch it directly from the STC Explorer, can't you? You don't have to.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that for this demo here because I'm going to be switching back and forth between the different betas for the different CPUs and stuff. So,
can you show the whole screen?
Pardon me?
The whole screen is cut off at the bottom.
It's cut off a little bit at the bottom. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm kind of jury rigging this, so
pull back a little.
Well,
Spielberg over here.
We'll get.
This is the director's cut.
Yeah. Ron Spielberg.
Yeah.
Can you move the table back a bit?
Yeah, I might have to here. I know we kind of did this, Nick, before here, but we had more time to prepare it than I did this time.
That bookcase is too close on the left. Can you move the whole desk to the right?
We
How
need
about you just move the house? Just shift the house a bit. Leave the camera where
I'll
it is.
just
and
shift
move
the
house.
earth from me here.
And where's the cover to your CoCo?
Well, I've got the cover off right now because when I go on to the other show to show them a bit of ease of use, I'm also going to be showing off the GIME-X because they haven't really heard of that. So I've got the cover off so I can actually show them what the GIME-X and stuff looks like. So,
oh, cool.
Do you have your screws still?
Somewhere, I have no idea where they've been in there for years.
No, he's got a few screws loose.
Screws. All right.
Remember where the long ones and the short ones go.
Yep.
So we know the
So
squeezing brakes work. Okay, keep
Yeah, the
going,
long ones
Curtis.
go. The long ones go through the plastic case.
So as Rick was mentioning, if you have key repeat on and key click on, you can actually hear each one. So I'll just quickly demo that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did it click or you farted?
That's the sound effects of mine in your game.
Could be both.
It's the sound when you put something in the trash can.
Could be both.
And you'll notice, like, if I go to these other windows here and I hold down the key, I don't have key click turned on in that particular case.
No.
So you can turn that on. You can just type in key. I'm not a lefty typer. This is going to say. I'll use command history, so I don't have to retype this whole damn thing. And now it's not doing the sound effect anymore.
Oh.
So that's one new feature.
We don't know because you didn't put your mic there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's just a click.
We heard it okay.
See, silence sounds the
and
same whether the mic's there or not.
We didn't hear it okay too.
Bet you might.
I like it because I'm bad on leaning on key repeat and getting myself in trouble. So thanks.
This gives you an audio cue to let you know, hey, wait, you fell asleep in the keyboard again, Nick.
Oh no, I just saw the trash can there, so I woke up.
Dragon Bites has a question for Curtis.
Okay, yeah, you have to read these out here because I can't see the chat screen right now.
Is that blue background the original Nitrous 9 blue? It looks darker, like palette value number 1.
Yeah, we did change it because the contrast is better on the darker blue. Now we have to translate that for composite. That's the one problem because it comes out as a hideous green on composite. And like I said, I got kind of fooled by the GIME-X because it remaps that to look like RGB colors on the composite. So I'm not sure if that's going to have to change. I think there is a dark blue. It's just a different palette. And Bill and I are working on some patches to Cisco to kind of fix up the palettes after figuring out what monitor type you have in the configuration file.
That's a sweet trash can you got there.
Well, I'll make it tall and
Checks
thin
in the
now.
mail.
It's a little tall. Yeah. No, just kidding.
And friends don't let friends use NTSC composite with CoCo 3, so please purchase a switcheroo from cocoman.biz.
Rocky, that's just good sense.
Now, one thing, if you haven't ran Nitrous 9 or OS9 since the old days, is that the graphical update here of drawing this stuff is a lot faster than it used to be. And actually, this has been gradually increasing on the 6809 side. The last few versions, we did some more speed ups this time. So screen clearing, screen scrolling, some wider get put buffers, the line drawing command for horizontal lines, the box, filled box command, etc., are actually running another 5 to 10% faster on the 689. They were even from beta 5. So that's part of that continuing, trying to get the 689 as close as possible 609, so you have a nice base standard of speed to work with.
I have a little tiny suggestion that you might never want to do, but then again, you might want to. The little box in the top left corner and the little X up there, trying to navigate to that and hold the mouse still and get it on there and click it is a little difficult sometimes.
Yes, and that is something that is being worked on. It's mainly, we're going to
Awesome.
see if we can implement Nick's and Sockmaster's high-res software interface. So that you
Cool.
get pixel by pixel instead of having to plug in a high-res joystick interface to get pixel by pixel. Because right now it's scaling it for a regular joystick. And that's what mine's doing because I don't have my high-res plugged in, but it's moving like 8 or 10 pixels every time you move it left or right. So that does make those targets hard to hit.
used to
Assuming
be
that's
even-
ES. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it used to be even worse than that. In particular, the Tandy menu, the pop downs were only active for the width of the original menu, not the drop down. So you had to stay within the X all the way down
Yeah.
the line until you picked something. And that was impossible without the high res and very hard even with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I have started on working on that. I was hoping to get it done for this beta actually, but it's a pretty lengthy routine, and it does shut interrupts off for a really long time in the original. So I'm having to change how it works somewhat to try to lessen that overhead time.
Actually, though, if you work on it enough, you seem to get a knack of it and can do it quick on occasion.
Yeah.
And then no one else knows why they can't do it.
Right.
So like I said, I'm just using the old standard deluxe here right now with no high-res interface. So
Yeah, so Curtis, I do think you're on a somewhat tight schedule, so we should kind of proceed. And if the folks on the panel,
yeah, it's not super tight. We do have some leeway. Like their show starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, but we're not the first people on it, guaranteed. There's other people that have to go on early.
Okay. Well,
and the show lasts a couple of hours. I mean, Nick and I can pop over there, a little bit later.
We also have
wasn't
Bill
planning
Noble
to get out at sharp at 4
to get to as well. So, folks on the panel, if you can plug in some of your questions into the Zoom chat, or even better, the live chat, then we'll pause for Q&A periodically, so Curtis can continue moving through his presentation.
Yeah, and if you guys can, I would prefer you do in YouTube chat so it gets recorded with the
YouTube chat
show.
would be best.
And then that way people that watch the show afterwards that weren't able to watch it live actually will see what the questions are being asked.
Yep, and then Mark will be another set of eyes for me, Marco.
Okay, so I will demonstrate one just to show the speed of the GIME-X here. I will show Rescue and Flactus or Kime Guy are probably the two best ones to show. Do you guys have a preference, or would you rather see both? Anyone?
Rescue Fractalus.
Thanks, Nick. That's where I was going. Fractalus.
Okay, so this is a 6809 optimized version, which is, marginally faster than the original one from Tandy, about 10-12% faster. And the sound is still horrendous. Actually, I'll turn it down a bit here before we get started. But you will be able, on the GIME-X version, notice the pitch shift that happens because running at almost 3 megahertz. And of course, Nick picks this one because he designed the icon.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the icon. Okay, can move on and do something else now.
That was the good part. It's all over now.
One thing we had on G Shell in the last version was to be able to launch VDG apps natively without having to run, installer programs. So they launch a lot faster than they used to do in the old days. Now this one I have to switch because I've got my right joystick is my mouse equivalent and my left joystick is what Fractalus wants. So I'll grab my left.
I believe there's a product from CoCoMan.biz.
There's that horrendous sound.
That could help.
Visit to an orange planet.
And I did parallax scrolling on there just because Nick did it in Gunstar, so I had to duplicate that. So those of you who have played the original Tandy one, this is a bit faster. Like if you put them side by side, you'll notice the difference. Probably not so much right now.
This is good.
So that's in GIME-X mode now.
Nope, this is in straight 6809.
All right, this is a standard 6309. Yeah.
Now, we do have a 6309 optimized version that is about 30 to 40% faster. That's a noticeable speed increase by itself. But when I reboot here, I'll boot right into the 6309 GIME-X to give you the full range of speed difference.
Whoa, slow down that action. It's
Okay, that's what that looks like. So we'll just pop out of there. So you guys want to see what it looks like on a 639 at 3 megahertz?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, get rid of the 6809 stuff.
Bring it on.
I'm taking some Dramamine right now.
One thing I didn't know about SDC DOS, it doesn't need the extension. If there's only one file of that name, either DSK or VHD, it automatically fills it in for you. So that saves me a bit of typing.
Cool.
Yeah, I noticed that a while ago.
Oh, look at that. It says GIME-X.
Yep, and it's now it's a 639 native mode.
Now we're talking.
Still wants a stupid date and time because
Get that
nobody
man
wants to
a
make a
real-time
real-time
clock.
clock.
Yeah.
Clock bad.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing we found out, and Ed had warned us about this, and Bill's the one who did the work on the GIME-X 3 megahertz patches, is that the SDC will not function at 3 megahertz. It's too fast for the chip to handle. So when we're accessing the actual SDC, we have to drop it back down to 1.78 megahertz when it's doing reading or writing to the SDC itself. But all the transfers of buffers between system and the user, that stuff actually does keep running at 3 megahertz. So running disk intensive programs won't speed up as much as something that doesn't have to hit the disk all the time.
So in 5 years, when they make a new SDCs, you think they'll be faster?
That's up to Darren and all the people that manufacture that stuff, because it needs reprogramming, possibly a new course chip or something. I'm not even sure. But you can see right now, like the graphics are
fast
peppier.
already.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Everything filled in.
That's
blazing.
This almost
fast.
feels like a modern machine now.
Oh man.
Yeah, wow. Far out.
Except when you're hitting disk.
How do I get on the beta?
What's that red glow in the background?
That's the flux
Come on,
capacitor
machine
melting.
Yeah.
The modern machine doesn't access a floppy nearly as fast as this one does.
Okay, so you guys remember how fast Fractalus ran on the 6809? Optimized 6809, I might add, at 2 megahertz. This is 6309 optimized on the GIME-X at 3 megahertz. And there's a bit of a pitch shift because of the 3 megahertz.
Oh, far out.
The slight speed increase, Curtis.
Oh, just a bit.
Now it actually looks like a
Wow.
Jeez.
Far out.
Wow.
Also
That's
much harder to
awesome.
control. If you're used to the old one.
You've
Even
made
better.
it fast.
If you
Yeah,
had a
it's
game
super-
on challenge, you would have to block the 6809er guys for cheating.
I don't know. You might need a.
Seriously.
We're gonna eventually need a medium speed or a turtle mode for some of these games.
Turtle mode.
That's what they call it on the Amiga accelerators.
Finally, that guy takes less than a year to get over there.
So anyway, that's the kind of speed increases you can look forward to, if especially for 639 optimized. Now, if I show you GIME-Guy, I mean, I could reboot the 6809 version to show you what it used to look like, but I'm sure you guys have seen that when we've played it before on some of the shows. But I can show you what it looks like on the 6 or on the
Yeah,
GIME-X
get it
version
now.
of it. Now, this one also pitch shifts everything too. Where am I here? I really wish the SDC would run to 3 megahertz. Did you guys hear that?
Yep.
Yep. Chipmunks.
It's a girl ninja.
Oops.
It's almost invisible.
That's ninja skill.
But I mean, you can make some pretty decent arcade games even in NitrOS9 now with that extra speed.
I mean, you can make a basic game work.
What's that?
William Carlin.
You can make a basic game look fast.
Oh yeah, I can demonstrate that too.
Yeah, Gen Quest.
What was the
William
question, Mark?
William Carlin asked if there's a way to make G Shell launch in 80 by 25 mode.
Yes.
Yes.
We default to 40 column on the boot screen, and we default to 40 column in G Shell for people with composite and TV monitors who are new to the CoCo, like they just picked one off of eBay and don't have a SCART cable and all that stuff. So that way they can actually read the screen properly to follow directions. Like there's instruction screen how to launch G Shell. On an 80 column on a TV or an old composite monitor, it's almost unreadable in some cases. So we did that just as a default, but yeah, you can change that.
So how
Like,
about
there's a lot of
Nightmare
stuff you can
Highway?
change. Sorry?
Nightmare Highway on a 6309.
It'd be a nightmare.
So GemQuest is a game by Flood Resler, who's actually working on an update to the game now, since I decompiled the source code. Many thanks to Wayne Campbell for his Basic 09 decompiler. I actually had to slow the game down even on the 6809 version because his original version was written for like OS9 level 2 before we optimized all the graphics. and it was programmed with that speed in mind. And the new one, it was running too fast, so I actually inserted sound routines, I inserted sleep calls in a few spots to try to slow it back down. And I was trying to get a nice balance, so I didn't have to make different versions for every CPU. But this is going to be running the 6 through 9 native mode, 3 megahertz, which is quite fast. It's almost impossible to control. So I'm probably going to suck at this, but. That's using one of the fancier new, standard fonts too.
Wow.
Whoa, whoa.
Gee.
Holy cow.
Jeez. This guy's invisible too.
Oh, he's
It's like the Flash.
He set the screen on fire moving that fast.
Swing.
Oop, ran right in the fire.
Wow. Oh,
Oops.
barbecue.
You should also run a program that was really slow back in the day under OS9, Home Publisher. And
It's still really slow even now.
Yeah, but it's a bit better maybe under the GIME-X.
Oops.
Yeah, I guess I can run it. Do you guys know what Home Publisher normally ran like?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly.
It sucked.
So
it's better for sure.
yeah.
Could get any worse.
Do you remember did I put in apps or graphic apps, Rob? Do you remember?
It's in apps, I think.
Oh, okay, I guess strong.
Oh no. No, yeah, I think it's.
No, it isn't here. Here it is.
Oh, it is. Okay.
He probably doesn't need to save please wait anymore.
Oh, it still does. Home Publisher, I mean, I have to give them a bit of slack because they created this thing to run with just legal OS9 calls. There's no direct screen writes at all. It's all through get put buffers. They had to run at 128K, so they keep reloading buffers every time you load a new image. Like they don't keep them around for fast access. And because it's running on a 2-color screen, there is a fast put if you're on an even byte boundary, which the CoCo 3's H put does as well. It'll go like way faster because it doesn't have to bit shift everything. Well, because you're on a 2-color screen, you have a 1 in 8 chance of lining it up correctly to get the fast version. So every once in a while, you will see it draw graphics fast, but 7 out of 10 times it's doing it dog slow because it's reshifting the image in memory every time. And of course, it wants the other joystick, so just a sec. Or is it trying to do? Oh, it might be trying to do the high res. I'll just switch the keyboard mouse. So like I said, it's still slow, but it is noticeably faster if you compare it side by side with the stock one.
Yeah, well, this is how fast I was hoping it would be back in the day. But yeah, when I saw that and booted up for the first time, I shut it down and never ran it again.
I thought that was a demo. I thought it was like printing that slow intentionally, but that's really how fast it goes.
I actually used it for school projects, and I suffered through it, and I actually printed stuff
I
out.
mean, it does work. I will give it that.
So does
Now-
a square tire.
Nowadays, that 128K is not an insistence, and you definitely can do direct screen writes. You can just map the get put buffers in and manipulate them directly. I would rewrite part of this, for 512K and just say if you're loading a graphical image, keep them in memory first of all. Don't ditch it as soon as you need the next one, and 2, pre-shift them for the other 7 positions so that they're immediately available at full speed, and then you could speed this up drastically from what it is now.
Yeah.
But they were trying to live within the limitations of the original spec.
This is a worst case scenario that we're looking at now.
Yes, yeah.
This was a 512K program, right?
128.
Oh,
It's
really?
128, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Original, yeah.
Yeah, they
Wow.
could have done a lot better with it if they'd made 512 the minimum, but they
Yeah.
Tandy wanted to sell stuff, so they wanted to run at 128.
Yeah, that's
what I
what
mean.
people coming back.
And then
That's
I
right.
mean, like graphic windows and stuff, like text windows are quite fast. So I'll just go to something that has a large file in it. Based on
Look at him go.
You can see the pauses of the SDC here.
Wow.
So what's a nice big one here? I don't have too many
You
big
know,
ones.
I don't know how spoiled you are, but floppy drives were real slow. SDC was real fast, and now it's slow again.
Yeah. So
Weird.
this is an 80 by 25 hardware text window. So this is the drawing speed and scroll speed.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yes, please.
Everybody wants to say it. Take my money. Take my money.
Right.
Do you sell canisters to go over the top of the CoCo to catch the smoke from coming out from it going so fast?
Is shift at pause?
I have
that
to say
thing
you
when
get
it's-
spoiled pretty quick.
The shift at what pauses it when it's going by so quick?
Control W on stands for wait.
Okay.
So
If
this
you
year
can
I'm
press it
now
at
running. I'm now running a 640 by 200 two-color graphics window. So this is a 16K screen. I've switched it over to Todd Wallace's IBM CJA font, so you can see the bolder characters, and it actually looks like the IBM CJA font did. And I'll do that same listing. Now, for those of you who remember running listing of graphics text text on the original OS9 Level 2, it was dog slow.
Gee.
So that's actually running faster in a graphics mode than the original OS9 Level 2 did in a text mode.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
And you can
That's
switch colors and
impressive.
fonts and everything else.
That's seriously impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And then just for completeness sake, now I'm running in the 4-color 640 by 200 mode. So this is a 32K screen, it has to scroll.
And now we're down to CoCo text screen speed.
Yeah.
The original.
Actually, I think it's a little faster than the original, if I remember correctly.
Maybe.
But I mean, it's lightning faster. I mean, even on the 6809 and 639 versions, if you boot it up stock level 2 and then you switch to the current versions of years of use, it's way faster on all those modes on any CPU. So if you've come back to the CoCo after years of being away and you're used to what OS9 level 2 ran like originally, if you bought it from Tandy, it's hugely faster across the board.
That's amazing. Back in the days when we just had our CoCo 1, you know, it's nothing like it.
Dragonbytes wants to know if this is 16-color mode.
I was running 4-color mode on the text screen. This is 4-color mode here right now. We don't have a 640 16-color mode, unfortunately. Well, I guess maybe the GIME-X.
Well, the GIME-X does.
GIME-X will, but
This one, I might as well run the bouncing ball demo because that's one we always use as a test.
Can you still see it?
The ball goes flat.
You probably can't see it, can you?
So this is 609 3 megahertz, but this is a basic program, a basic 9 program. It's no machine language at all. It's just standard control codes. There's no special optimization with ML routines or anything. It's just straight basic.
It's already faster.
It's loading.
Well, I guess it's faster.
Yeah, if you put them side by side, this is a little bit less noticeable because if you run full 60 frame per second, because I'm flipping between 2 different windows.
Well, most of the graphics are blurred.
Well, that's
yeah. I also don't know how it's showing up at the stream, but basically, I'm page flipping between 2 different 32K screens here, so that you don't get the Mona Lisa, getting drawn over top of the ball when it goes underneath. And I'm actually sleeping because it's going fast enough now. It actually catches it mid-frame and looks like a garbled mess. So I'm actually sleeping every second frame for 1/60th of a second, not doing anything. So it's actually purposely slowed down so that it doesn't get all jittery.
And have you still got Home Publisher running in the background?
Just hit clear.
There you go.
Your basic ball runs faster than my basic ball.
Right.
And just for, on a 2 meg machine here, I've still got 1,536K free. And the system app, which is the critical thing, we'll get into that in the Drivewire demonstration here too.
Yeah.
I've got
You're
7K
down to
free right now
7.
running all this.
You're down to 7.
Yeah. And then PMAP, this is your process map. So this is dots means that 8K bank's not being used for that process. So you can see that, run B, which is running, is giving me like 3 blocks of 8K are being used for the run B itself, and then 1 block for the program. Publisher is taking 3 blocks for itself and using 2 blocks for its own data memory and stuff. So, and the system right now, everything's full, though not completely full.
Bye, David.
And you can still hear the ball bouncing in the background while I'm doing all this too. So anyway, I mean, you guys know most of the rest of the Nitrous 9 stuff, so I'm not going to demonstrate every little thing here. I'll be doing a bit of a more game-oriented, user interface-oriented demo on the ICC group later today, which we'll probably post the links to it next week's show in case you guys want to watch that, because it'll be a little bit different than this presentation.
What's that graphics program look like?
MV Canvas?
Yeah.
Yep. You want to show that, Curtis?
I can.
Do you have enough memory?
Sure. How dare you?
Where's MV Canvas? Is it on the screen, or did you want to just see it in general?
I'd like to see.
Yep. You can run Home Publisher and MV Canvas side by side.
Right.
It's not the original icon. I don't have the original icon, unfortunately.
And as a proponent of the 640 mode, I like to point out that you have a 640 4-color mode on here.
Yeah, you can actually switch between all 4 different modes that Nitrous 9 basically supports.
320, 200.
That's what I'm in right now.
Can you put a picture in there and then alter it?
Yep, there's some samples.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably shouldn't pick Jessica.
So this is
Not
the sample
show-friendly.
VF template. If you want to create custom tile sets for Shanghai under OS9, you actually draw in your graphics into these different things and it groups them by the different types of tiles. And you can actually import that into Shanghai with the command line option -T, I think, for tile set equals and the name of the file you made it in. We've got the 3 in there right now, the traffic one, the card playing one, the standard one, but you can create your own. You just go in MV Canvas, put in your graphics here, save the VF, and then you run it through a little utility that is documented with the Shanghai port, and it'll actually make a tile set file for you, and then you can play with your own code.
I really found painting patterns to be useful with this program as well. So you want to draw a brick wall, paint the brick pattern.
Yeah, I mean, the MV Canvas extended shapes we were talking about earlier. Let's see here. So this column here is the standard ones that OS9 comes with. And this column here is the ones that MV Canvas added. So those are the new custom ones. But you can use those in your own programs too. That's not just MV Canvas. They're standard get put pattern buffers. So if you want to make a game and you want to draw shapes that have those, those tile bricks or braids or whatever, you can do that too. Anyway, that gives you guys a little bit of a demonstration of the speed of the GIME-X for one, and then some of the new programs that have been installed. Home Publisher is one, MV Canvas is another. There's a bunch of others that are installed in there.
So when you
there's a new C compiler by Jeff Tennyson that actually is optimized, so it actually compiles C programs a little smaller and faster, even existing C code. There's a new help system. I might as well quickly demonstrate that.
So when you're running it, it's running natively at 3 megahertz. Is that right with the GIME-X?
Yes.
So when you access the STC, it automatically switches back to the 1.78. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I wish it wasn't needed, but yes.
There's one thing you haven't shown us yet: a system crash.
I'm sure I can do that.
Does that show up as a blue screen?
It depends how it crashes. It can be all random. David Ladd used to call them my screensavers because something new and weird, wacky would happen every time.
My point
this
being,
version of, sorry.
My point being is that you've been running all this, and it hasn't crashed, which is a good sign.
Yes. Yeah, we're trying to make it a bit more stable.
That only happens to Bill Gates.
Yeah, I was actually, I joked with Aaron, and when I go into their show, I'm going to get a blue screen USB, def, like Bill did during his USB printer demo. So this new help system.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that we understand the old OS9 users are going to be upset with the lack of crashing, but things just progress.
So this is the new help system. The one that you'll notice it has a more prompt. So you actually will pause if the screen gets too full. And then you continue on. So here's some stuff we have help on. Now, most of these are just self-contained help, just like the old help. You type in help, X mode, and it'll tell you the parameters for X mode. But some of them have subtopics now, but that's new. So I'll do basic 09 in this case. So it gives you a base description of basic 09, what the options are on the basic 09 command itself. But then it starts getting into some special notes, and then it says further information available for command mode, the GFX module, the GFX2 module, and keywords. So if I'm learning basic 09, I don't have the manual handy, I'm trying to remember a command, I can just type keywords. And here's a list of all the keywords, and actually will say basic 09 keyword subtopic, and now you can get information on just one command in particular. And it can go multiple levels deep. Like if you get into GFX2 modules, there's stuff on how to set up high-level menu handles, like G Shell does with pull-down menus. And that gets into like 4 subtopics deep.
Then when you go back to program, there's no memory left.
Well, I'm just over 512 KUs now.
Wow.
So if you people with 2 meg, you're just past the 1/4 full mark, and that's with Publisher running and MV Canvas running and G Shell running and help on a graphic screen.
Wow.
What was that command you typed to bring up the memory?
Well, depending what type of memory you're trying to look at, there's mfree will just give you the very brief description. mmap will give you a detailed map, and that actually has parts that tell you what type of memory as well. There's some reserve module stuff in there. smap is your system map. Now that's the one that we keep running out of these days, and that's something Bill and I will be working on. And then there's pmap, which is the process memory, which tells you what each process is actually using. So right now I've got 9 programs, including the system running with various levels. Like MV Canvas is taking quite a bit. It's a big program, almost 40K.
And to kill that, you just type kill 7 or something like that, do you?
Yeah, I tend not to do that unless I have to, because sometimes they've tried to allocate system resources or allocate a RAM, and if you kill it off early, depending how the program is written and how it traps a signal, it may not return it. Most programs are pretty well behaved because that was something that was taught in the manual right from day one, like, trap a signal and do it properly, like close your stuff down. But not everybody did. And sometimes you just catch it in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and then you start losing memory. You start getting memory leaks like you do in other operating systems. So it's best to quit cleanly if you can.
So what's the command to put that IBM font in?
Display 1B3AC842.
Oh, that's easy.
Got it. I saw that earlier, whipping through them display command and editing the 7th item from the left.
Hey, Curtis, Nimble suggested we put in a crash command for all the OS9 old timers.
There you go. Crash at 15.
Now, one other thing that we did optimize, this is optimized in the 6809 and 609 regular versions too, new to beta 6, is that the 6-bit font, the 6-pixel wide font. These are 8 we've been showing. It's also been optimized. It's much slower because it still has to do some bit shifting and stuff than these, which actually do whole bytes only, but it is faster by about, I don't know, 6 to 10%. So that's a little bit better, and I'll just show one of those now. I'll pick a bolded Macintosh style 6-pixel wide font, which means I'm going to get 106 characters across the screen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, here he goes again.
This is all in your memory, in your head?
Yes, I am a robot.
When you're doing it like 50,000 times a day, yeah, you get used to it.
Yep, 30 years ago. He remembers it all.
So notice this is
was really-
noticeably slower, but I am getting 106 columns by 25 lines.
Wow.
Read it on a CM8, which is astounding for.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. There's also proportional fonts if you want to fit even more text on the screen, where each character only takes the width, the number of pixels are actively used. But that's quite a bit slower because it has to scan every character to figure out, well, how wide is this? And that's a wide space for the next one. And there's other things like bolding, underline, changing colors and everything else too. So
So a game for Nick Marotta in the future would be to run this to beta or this alpha 6 and see first one to crash it.
yeah, I mean, like we wrote this. I mean, ease of use requires 512K. That's one big thing because the original Tandy specs, and even when they were doing the level 2 version 3 upgrade, they were told you have to make it run with 28K. That's not a limit for us anymore. Everybody can get a 512K board for $20. No soldering required. It's pretty easy to install. I mean, Nick Marotta, you installed it. I mean, you had some bit of help, but it was something you normally wouldn't have been comfortable with, and you got it installed okay. So that frees up a lot of memory to do things faster, more efficiently. And with the optimizations we've done to the 6809 side, you could write some pretty simple arcade games of pretty decent speed just with a 6809 512K. You don't need a 639. You don't need the GIME-X or anything else. You can actually run pretty decently.
You
Is
kind
one
of
of our
need
goals.
to give me X.
Sorry, what was that?
You kind of need it now. Right? After watching this stuff, it's like, come on.
Well, I don't know about that, Ron. Like I used to be able in the old days, if I had some really large source code listing in assembly and I wanted to list it to the screen to look for something, I could actually see it when to pause. That
Right.
doesn't happen so much anymore. I'll pick an actual larger file here.
You need a new T mode option.
It's hard to type at a weird angle like this.
Lists. It's a
Like
composer.
I can't read that anymore. And I'm watching on the stream. You're seeing it slower than I'm seeing it here.
Yeah.
Oh, did I catch the right one? Nope. Gotta keep
Nope.
going.
Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And that's just
Amazing.
using legal calls too. There's actually a version of Vue, a utility for viewing text files that does direct screen writes. It's even faster than that.
So it's not really this fast. You've actually pre-recorded this and got
Well,
it
no,
on
you're seeing
fast.
my hand waving and screen. when I'm doing
Yeah,
it,
that's
so.
true. Oh, darn.
So yeah, the GIME-X is going to be a nice bit of kit when it's released. I know they're still working on some bugs. Like I noticed Ron Klein's been trying to run the RS-232 pack with it, and it'll run up to 1200 baud, and then it doesn't work on any terminal program past that. So there seems to be a bit of timing issue on the way the GIME-X is handling GIME interrupts from the cartridge port or something. We're still trying to figure what else is going there. We want this to be stable and completely as bug-free as possible before it gets released to the public, which is why it's not been released yet. I mean, we've gotten a lot of bugs fixed over the last little while. Well, no, I shouldn't say we. I mean, Gary Becker and Ed Snyder. But it definitely, as you can see here, has a lot of promise. It's a pretty awesome upgrade. And of course, it's running on VGA. It does artifacting colors on VGA or on RGB because your RGB and stuff still works too.
Just for kicks, show us your old gimme chip.
I don't even have it here. Bill's got my old gimme chip.
Yeah, it's sitting on my bench right
Oh,
Hey, Curtis, before we move too far, I just wanted to see Doster since I pointed out Lord Dragon's program in the video. Oh, you had already run it. Sorry.
No, that's
Oh, there you go. And Todd was asking about
Doster
it.
with the IBM font.
I should be running his font. You're right. Just a sec. Oh, command history is really awesome too if you haven't used that before.
How do you insert?
Control right arrow.
Shift right arrow, or control right arrow, left arrow for delete.
So that's Todd's Doster with Todd's IBM CJ font on a 4-color graphic screen. It runs faster on a 2-color graphic screen if you want to speed that up.
Hey, Curtis. Tom Haran was interested in your memory. What your CoCo, what's the history? Is 128, and then you go to 512, 2 meg.
Yep.
That's kind of what I thought.
That is precisely the path I took, actually. Actually, no,
Did you
that's
ever have
not
the
quite true.
Did you have the no can board in there?
Yeah, I was just going to say that was my one side trip. I went 128 to 512, the Tandy 512K upgrade. And at work, we went to the 1 meg disto upgrade. And then when Paul Barton in, what was it, 97, 98, Paul? When you brought out the original No Can 3, I bought one of those.
Right.
Which was an 8 meg board and also had a 16550 serial port and
A printer port.
yeah,
Some
parallel
people
printer
are
port.
overachievers.
But it was also supposed to have the turbo mode to clock double the CPU, kind of like the GIME-X is doing with the 3 megahertz. But Paul, try as he might, my particular GIME combination motherboard never worked. So I never got the 3 megahertz. So that was one disappointing thing for me. Most people, it did work. It was just my machine uniquely.
Yeah, everyone was different.
Yeah, and that's what Frank Hogg hit when they're doing the TC9 because they bought all the GIME chips and they were actually planning on having the TC9 released at 3 megahertz with the clock doubler too, or 4 megahertz. And they had the same problem. They had to give up on it because they had to hand tweak every single board to get it to work. It's
Paul,
just
remember one of my CoCos was a stinky one. It was always trouble. Remember?
Yep.
I had one the other way around. I wrote a bus expansion, devised a bus expansion device, but it only ran on my CoCo, and everything else I stuck it on, it crashed and burned horribly. So, yeah, 10.4 on the variations.
Yep, I agree.
But you sit there and scratch your head and wonder why, because they all look the same.
Yep.
Built much better than my stuff.
So, all right, the plan is we'll have this out before Christmas Eve. If testing goes well and we fix these last couple of bugs that have been reported this last week and a half that the beta testers have been hammering on it, it might even be out before that. I won't promise that, but if things go smoothly, it might be out a week earlier than that, or maybe next weekend if we're lucky.
And we get it where?
What's that?
Where do we get it?
It'll be on my website, and then we also put it up on the Color Computer Archive too, so you'll be able to get it either place.
Oh,
Today I was with my wife. We were driving back from a horse thing we went to, and she goes, "What are you going to do in your show?" And I said, "Well, they're giving a demonstration of the newest stuff on OS9." I said, "Do you know what OS9 is?" And she goes, "Yeah, it's an operating system for the color computer, right?" I go, "Gee, you knew that?" She goes, "Yeah."
At least she didn't say it was for the Mac.
No.
Yeah.
It just flipped me out. But she, as a matter of fact,
System 7, System 8, OS9. What's wrong with that?
They actually went to court over it, but unfortunately Microware lost.
Yeah, that surprised me.
So at any rate, there's 53 new programs or new features added. Some of it Bill will be demonstrating here shortly. One of the things we've been promising for a while is to get Drivewire working. Now, there's some stuff in the environment files that have been added in to help support some of this stuff, but basically, I will move my camera back to its normal spot here. But Bill is the one who did the work in Drivewire because he actually has Drivewire. I don't actually have Drivewire here. I don't have the cable or anything else, so I couldn't test any of that stuff. So Bill got everything set up, and there's an alternate boot. Now, when you download Ease of Use Beta 6, it'll default to the SDC mode, because correct me if I'm wrong, you people that use Drivewire, but if you have Drivewire fire up in NitrOS9, but your Drivewire server's not running, it can sometimes hang or crash depending what you're trying to do. Is that correct?
Only when you try to access one of the Drivewire drives. The clock module has its own built-in check.
Okay.
And it just falls through, but the actual drives themselves accessing have still issues.
Okay. Because one of the things we wanted to do is make it so that when you download it, you can boot it up in a base SDC system and not have to worry about it. Now, the thing is with Drivewire, it's a bunch of drivers and descriptors because there's a bunch of things. It's not just virtual drives like you can mount drives. It also has MIDI support. It has fake printer support to save text files. It will get the time from your host PC that's running Drivewire. There's virtual terminals, which Bill will be demonstrating as well, too. So all that takes more memory out of the system RAM. That 64K SMAP command I was running before. Basically, you have 64K for all the system tracking stuff. And we're down to about 10K on a normal boot. We're down to like 7 or 8K on Drivewire with all the modules added in. So once you fire up Drivewire and it starts running and adding, you're running programs and doing other things too, is the system RAM goes down quite a bit lower than it would on a normal, to the point where you probably cannot run any level 1 graphic stuff like say Biosphere or Zero Gravity or anything like that, Deskmate, the original, because you're out of system RAM. Because the old, to maintain compatibility with level 1, those graphic modes have to be mapped into the same system map as a system, because that's the way level 1 programs ran. So you have to maintain that to make it compatible. So those start out running. If you have something that uses a ton of windows, like the bouncing ray trace demo, which uses I think 10 screens of high-res graphics and page flips between them, that might not run either. So there is a caveat. If you do the Drivewire boot, some of your older level 1 programs may no longer run because you don't have a system RAM for it. So what we did is we made 2 sets of boots. Now, not just the OS9 boot file and its appropriate kernel track, which is what most people would do. We also have separate startup files and we have separate environment files, because the drives you want to see in G Shell in the upper left corner that you can click on to select. If you're running just SDC, you'll have like, floppy drives and the SDC drives. On a Drivewire system, you might want some of your Drivewire drives mapped there. Maybe you don't use the floppy drives anymore because you're running on Drivewire. So we have separate copies of each of these. And we wrote a little swap boot utility, which you'll be able to run. And it just says, do you want to run a SDC boot or do you want to run an SDC with Drivewire support boot? You pick it, it automatically copies those files over, links them all up properly, reboots the CoCo to the green screen DOS prompt, and then you just type DOS and it reboots with the new settings. So now if you switch from regular to Drivewire, Drivewire is now enabled. If you went from Drivewire back to regular, that's now enabled. I'll be expanding that a little bit later so you can actually make your own custom boots if you have certain hardware or certain other things, or even a stock OS9 boot or something you want to do. So you actually be able to switch between any of these whenever you want and then just reboot the machine. And eventually we'll get it so it reboots automatically. You don't have to type DOS and it doesn't go right back. I actually have that working now, but the reboot command I'm using to do all of this has a bug when GraphDriv went past 8K. So on the 6.309 versions, it's small enough it still works. You can do a reboot -R and it'll reboot from where the kernel is. It doesn't reboot right to DOS. It actually just takes care of the whole thing itself. On the 6.809, GraphDriv is now bigger than 8K. And it crashes outright because it doesn't know how to handle that. So we'll be fixing that in beta 7, maybe 6.1 if I get to it. But I will now cede the floor to Bill. And Bill, if you want to demonstrate all the Drivewire stuff and how that works.
Okay. Geez, you guys remember when we used to do RS-DOS all the time?
I think I last did that about 86, 87. Pretty well been NitrOS9 since. So.
Gee.
At any rate, I'm going to buzz it off. I'll let Bill handle it. Bill, like I said, knows all the technical details too, so feel free to ask him any questions, and he'll be demonstrating all the Drivewire stuff. I'm going to go run off and do the other presentation of NitrOS9 on the other show now. So we'll talk to you guys later. And
I'll be battling with you.
Thanks for popping by, guys.
That was very, very, very
Thanks,
cool.
Curtis.
Fun.
Thanks, you did great.
Take it away, Bill.
All right. So, where should I start?
Hi, Patrick.
Hey, you guys see my screen there? You guys see my screen there?
Not yet.
There
Do
we go.
now. Yep, that's working.
Okay. First off, we'll give it a little rundown of Drivewire. This is the actual module directory that I have up on my camera view right now. There are 5 key drivers for Drivewire itself. That would be this RBDW, DWIO, SEDWP, and SEDWV, which is just above it here. The rest of them are just descriptors, along with your regular other descriptors for
Bill?
Windows. Yes.
We're looking at your Drivewire host on Windows.
Oh, maybe I shared too soon here. There, that's better.
Ah, there we go. That makes more sense. So that list again, because I'm taking notes.
Okay, so there are 5 key drivers, which is the RBDW, DWIO, SEDWV, SEDWP, and clock 2. Now, all those drivers deal with this DWIO. The DWIO module is the one that actually does the physical communication between the CoCo 3 and the Drivewire server. All the drivers go through that module, which is why in some cases it's a little difficult to use, because most people don't get that concept of actually that subroutine module called DWIO. Once you actually have those modules loaded and you have your Drivewire server configured, no problem. So as you can see here on my actual G Shell window, I've actually got the icon set up so that you got your X0, X1, and in this case X3 or X2 as well, which are the actual Drivewire drives. So if I were to actually click, you actually see on their Drivewire from the Drivewire server what I have mounted in Drive 0 on the Drivewire server. The other key thing that I actually have in here is it actually uses the Drivewire server's MIDI system. So you actually get your full MIDI system right out of the box that you can use with Alt-Muse or any other MIDI system. It's just a matter of changing that particular descriptor to whatever hardware MIDI system that you have. Now, in this case, I quickly loaded up a track in Alt-Muse, and I'm going to have to kick over so I can share the sound so that you can actually hear this in action. So give me 1 second. So I will play it now. You guys actually hear sound? So that's actually using Drivewire server MIDI system. Better stop that because I don't want the show to get a copyright hit, because most of these songs that I have loaded from Bill Pierce's site, which are all cover music that he's actually hand coded into Alt-Muse to play. So I don't want to really get too into that, but it actually does fully work, no problems. The other
That's great.
main thing is we actually do have the full virtual terminals going as well. So I'll just do a quick switch on my screen here. Okay, so now you should see my whole desktop here. You should see my whole desktop there now.
Yep, sure do.
I have our a module that I actually did back in '92 when with the first initial use of NitrOS9. I recreated the TS-Mon module that actually will take support from file called standard ports that's in the actual sys directory. And what it is just a list of all the virtual drivers for each of the windows that I want to run. So if I execute this mtsmon, on my screen now, you'll actually see 3 virtual terminals pop open. Oh, I see one problem there.
System can't count. You have 4.
Yeah. I had one little issue there. Just give me a second. I'm just rebooting here.
Bill Gates would be envious.
There we go. So now actually on the main PC system, you'll have the 3 windows open. And of course you can log right in to your main CoCo 3 from your PC. So you're actually running NitrOS9 on your PC. Now,
I have to.
What's that?
Did I have to do that with Minicom and a serial port? That's not fair.
Yes. Yeah, and this MTS-Mon, it can actually run in the background so that you're not actually doing anything on, you don't actually see anything on your CoCo 3, except for, I'll just stop the share here. So here, if I type proc, you'll actually see the MTS-Mon. And then there are other 2 windows for the virtual terminals. They're still sitting at the login prompt. But on Z3, I'm actually got a full shell running. And each user is individualized on their own. So when I go back here and I want to exit out,
I see a clock everywhere.
MTS-Mon will actually restart that virtual terminal and go back to the login prompt. So it basically handles everything on its own. You don't actually have to do anything on your main CoCo to control those virtual terminals. Everything is self-contained on their own. Now, the one problem, and Curtis mentioned briefly, with Drivewire running and those virtual terminals, you can see I've only got in my system map 1 page left of system memory. So that really reduces the system space quite drastically with Drivewire. Now, if this was using just straight RS-232 packs or the virtual or the serial ports that are on the Mega MPI, you will actually get normal system map back. Just Drivewire, it actually chews up quite a bit of your system memory.
Just with the bitbanger.
Just with the bitbanger, yes.
So you've only got a free 7K to load up something else, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So if you had 8K, it'd be all right?
8K is normally what I would have without Drivewire.
No, what I mean is 8 megabytes or 8.
To load a single module, you need 8K free of system RAM.
Yeah, for loading into memory separately.
Well, what I meant was 8 megabytes of RAM.
Oh, if you had 8 megabytes of RAM, that system map is still the same. That's a hard-coded 64K workspace. You can't change that.
I see. Okay.
And
so it's not a memory of, it's not a matter of switching blocks.
Yeah. So like when I go to my M map, you'll see that I've got still 1700 and 4K free.
All right.
And Bill, if you're going to cover this, I'll wait. But how easy is it to switch over to using my RS-232 pack so I can get back my system map?
It's very simple, actual. I'll just get back to my module directory here. The only thing that would have to change in the actual Drivewire boot is the DWIO module.
Okay.
And that will actually go to RS-232 packs, and there are a few of them already built in for Arduino, headless booting, and all kinds of other different ones. There's probably about 7 or 8 different DWIOs that are out in the actual repo. I'm slowly converting each one of those.
Okay, because a lot of people have that cartridge.
Yes.
So you could have your cake.
I do have an RS-232 pack, but the one problem with my RS-232 pack is the receive system in the actual pack itself, hardware-wise, is failed. Transmitting it works fine from the CoCo to anything else, but receiving from anything back to the CoCo doesn't work. So it's I have to fix the hardware in a little bit, but by the end of the week, I should have the actual parts to fix that pack. So I'll be able to get full testing going with the RS-232 pack.
What kind of baud rate are you able to
the
use?
actual Drivewire through the Bitbanger is running at 57,600 for communication between the CoCo 3 and the Drivewire server. There is actually a modification that on the actual Drivewire cable itself that can be made. Excuse me. That will actually use a higher rate of 115.2, but it still needs a little bit of tweaking yet under the NitrOS9. I tried it out, and it does actually communicate, but its timing is a little bit off, so it's not quite perfect yet. It's about the same problem I'm having with the GIME-X.
So have you guys tested this? Well, I guess your people that are testing it have different variations of color computer.
Yes. Like I also have already made up the boot file for the Matchbox CoCo, but I haven't publicly shown that one yet because it's kind of introducing a feature that's on the Matchbox that nobody's supposed to know yet. And I'll just move my camera here a little bit. That is the Matchbox.
Whoa.
As you see, the CPU type on the Matchbox reports as a 6309 running in 6809 mode.
Oh, and that's new.
Rogers actually started porting over the actual 6309 core into the Matchbox and Mister.
And the Mister.
It's not completely working yet.
How's Roger doing? I don't see him on Facebook anymore.
He's actually gotten more into the Mister project right now because he wants to get everything that he has from the Matchbox onto the Mister. And he's been concentrating on that for quite a bit of time now. One biggest problem I have with Roger right now is anybody that still has a Matchbox, he's basically taken away all the actual firmware files, and you actually have to pay him to get them now. Because he's got everything moved over to a Patreon site so that you actually have to purchase the actual packages from him now. He's kind of made it from an open system to being a closed pay system.
But that is exciting news. We do have a question in the chat from James Jones, who's saying, where in the Drivewire code are the remote windows implemented?
That's in the Drivewire 4 server itself. The Drivewire 4 server is separate from the Drivewire 3 server. It actually adds some whole extensions into the actual system itself. One of them is M Shell itself from Bill Pierce actually uses that. Oh,
So is that there with stock Drivewire 4, or is this something you added?
no, that's was actually done by actual Boise. When he actually wrote the actual drivers for NitrOS9, he actually built it in to the actual Drivewire for server and protocol, so that it actually uses all the extra stuff.
Cool.
Just doing a quick reboot here, so.
I really want a hotkey to skip that, by the way.
That's coming.
Cool. Cool.
It should. I should actually have it completed the next day or two. Basically, what's happening is I'm actually changing the whole opening prompts for Cisco and actually changing things around so that you can have a verbose method, non-verbose method, and kind of stripping down the reporting of what is actually going on while the system is booting.
Sweet.
Neat.
And a little bit of a preview for that. MShell is still loading here.
That's like the BIOS in my old PC.
Yeah.
You can silent boot or whatever they call it.
So I basically have actually taken the multi-views environment file and have expanded it. So it's just taking a second to load up here.
Neat sound effects.
Yeah. Well, MShell right now is taking up a lot of the CPU time right now, loading up its system. But the main thing that MShell adds that uses the Drivewire 4's server to actually be able to communicate from MShell directly to your PC hard drive. So you actually get the full access to your PC's hard drive for everything right off the base root of your drive C all the way through to any folder you want to go to.
Is antivirus going to like that?
Actually, the antivirus software does not interfere with the actual MShell or system itself through Drivewire. So this is kind of a quick little shot, straighten up the camera here, of the new environment file.
To get to the left a little.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
Too busy moving my
A
things around.
little bit more.
A little bit more?
Yeah, a little bit more.
So we're going to be able to throw in a Control-E and just load this?
Yes. Like this is actually a text file that's in the sys directory. But the ones that I've added are like your key repeat speed here, the key click. A little bit further down, there's the printer stuff for G Shell, monitor type. You can actually globally set your system priority, change what you want as your default data directory, your default execution directory. And these are the new ones coming, where you get your verbose mode, your console device type, which is your /term when you're booting, and the actual console width and height of the actual window. And also the foreground, background, and border colors that you actually want to have as your default console window, which is your term when you boot it up.
I wonder if other computer guys are going to see this and think that this is pretty wonderful.
Well, it's going to take a little bit for a lot of the old users to really start to use the power of this new system that's coming, because you actually can set the actual default palettes for all your actual palettes separate from G Shell, because G Shell has its own its own G Shell window, which is right at the beginning of the file here. You'll see the actual G Shell's default type, the RBF devices, the SCF devices, and the actual 4-color palette that G Shell uses for its windowing system.
So you could really screw up your system playing with those, huh?
Oh, it actually it uses the standard RGB colors. So your first value, like you'll see on this G Shell palette, is got 3 zeros there. The first 0 is your R palette. The second one is your G palette, and the third is your blue palette. So your intensity of each color in each gun, and that's the same for the actual default colors a little bit further down here. Now these colors that I have in the default system are specifically for RGB at the moment, because that's what I use.
Right.
But there is actually going to be a composite mode version as well, so that the color matching between RGB and composite closely matches as much as we can.
When you use VGA, because of the GIME chip, it's going to be RGB, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the same with the what's the name of the thing that Jason makes? The
Switcheroo?
Switcheroo, yeah.
Yeah, that it'll because the switcheroo actually uses the composite signal coming out of the CoCo 3 to actually get the timing right for RGB on the actual SCART interface. So when you're actually using Jason's SCART interface or everything like that, it actually will be the RGB colors.
Okay.
So the one thing I did do, as you can see here in this environment file, is it never really was documented what each particular function does. So I just went through and I documented each keyword so that you know what you're changing.
Now, is there a color chart somewhere?
There's various color charts out there that there's charts for actually giving you all 64 colors on screen at once, so that you can actually get the RGB values. But so it's pretty simple with the actual color settings. Like I said, it's the first one is red, which is your intensity from 0 to 3. Then your green from 0 to 3, and then your blue from 0 to 3. And you just change the intensities based on each of those RGB values to get your actual color. That kind of give you an easy way to explain that.
Yeah.
Because actually you could see here in the comments, I actually have the format is R, V, and B, and there are 2 values from 0 to 3.
You can also throw your multi-view into maximum color mode, set your colors there, save that out, and you'll see it in the G Shell settings.
Yes. Now, control in G Shell itself is actually getting a rewrite as well, so that it actually will handle all of these extra new commands in there as well. So that anything that's in the environment file, the actual control program in G Shell will be able to actually modify it. Or if you're old school and you just go in with a standard text editor and edit the environment file. either
That's
way.
very, that's very cool because I've been throwing Control-E into startup for 30 years now. And I
Mhm.
find it very handy way to set things.
Yes. Okay, and well, there's back to M shell. You can actually see all the actual drives that I have in my actual system here.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
So what all do you have? Are they all I mean the SDC is represented there at all, right?
Okay, well, the X series, those are the Drivewire drives that I have mapped in. You can actually have all 256 descriptors if you wanted to, but I just reduced it to these 4 just to give you 4 actual images.
Okay.
Now, the one thing with the Drivewire drives, the way it's actually set up is each of those drives can be an actual hard drive image. So in this case, on the actual Drivewire server, I actually have the actual images mounted for the RTSI archive, which I have on X0.
Jeez, the whole archive?
Yep, the whole archive. All I actually was able to retrieve everything from RTSI, also from CompuServe's file system, and also from Princeton University's archive that they had as well.
It's 3 terabytes.
Getting pretty close. It's actually like my system right now when I'm running, I actually have, with the Drivewire system, I actually have 5 hard drives going.
Wow.
Well, that kind of gives you a quick little rundown of the Drivewire that's now actually built into the actual Ease of Use 6 beta that's coming.
And then you're going to be able to play MP3s.
Yes. Well, actually, it's Altmuse's own format, which is they call the extension is UME.
Mm-hmm.
But any Bill Pierce has actually got. I've lost count of them already. I think there's probably about 60 or 70 discs of all kinds of different music.
Wow.
And it's all MIDI.
And so that is I believe that's the default function when you open Ultimuse.
Yes.
Is /MIDI, so you'll be able to.
If it detects Drivewire, it defaults it to the actual Drivewire's MIDI driver.
If you have the MIDI Maestro pack, that's a different setting in Ultimuse, and we can, if you have any questions, you can talk to us on Discord. While you have M shell up, though, I just want to mention, is this the M shell from the Ease of Use
Yes.
distro?
This is the Ease of Use version of M shell, which is the latest that Bill Pierce has released.
Yeah, so it is functional as you're demonstrating. I would mention that all the menus are gone from the top. So
yeah.
So to those of you who open it up and go, wait, is this all it is? Those are the problems that I just want.
Menus are there. It's just they're hidden for some reason.
Well, yeah.
I don't know why.
It has to be fixed, but I just want to point that out. People see this and they open it up and start playing around with it. Curtis is aware of it and trying to work with Bill Pierce.
You know, this will be amazing at CoCo Fest to have you guys have a demonstration, you know, and we can ask questions and spend hours learning.
Yes, that's true. Like
pouring your brain out.
Like I could really, like I don't know why M shell was acting up today, but it was actually given the menu across the top there.
Oh, it was.
I just don't. Yeah, I just don't know why it wasn't doing it.
Well, maybe you'll figure that out before.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And that's just a matter of talking with Bill Pierce and doing a little extras there. Now, that's pretty much it for the actual Drivewire, but I do want to mention something to Brian here, though, Weasler. Last night I had some extra time, so I actually I got a hold of Alan DeCock about 2 years ago and asked him if he had anything left from any of his library for what he actually had going for Nitrous 9. And he was able to actually retrieve a whole hard drive full of actual stuff. And the one key thing that Brian will be interested in is I actually, Alan had the last known copy of all the Eliminator drivers for the WD-1002, the boot images for the Eliminator, all the drivers for the Eliminator for the RS-232 pack, our ports in it, and also the printer port in it.
Curtis Boyle has one too.
He has part of it. He doesn't have it all.
Can I ask a question? Because you just mentioned printer, and I don't forget. But so does that mean that the printer port for going to Drivewire is going to work?
Yes, it is working. Yes, it actually. I've got the Drivewire server set up just to open up a text file and dump whatever you send out from the printer port on Drivewire through to that text file. So it basically ends up as a straight text file.
And are you testing with PyDrivewire at all? Although it should be.
I haven't tested with PyDrivewire yet because I don't actually have PyDrivewire server set up on any of my machines right now.
Okay.
But I do have a Raspberry Pi that I'm actually going to set up the PyDrivewire on it and see if it actually functions 100%. I'm pretty sure it does because Mike, I know he's been pretty animate in getting it to match the Drivewire server as much as possible.
Yes. And sorry, you were starting to go into something about
the other key thing that I did find on Alan's source listing is that guy right there. It is a fully operating level 3 Nitrous 9.
So this is the one where you unlock the 64K system RAM?
Yes, where it actually puts RBF and its drivers and SEF and its drivers into 2 separate 16K workspaces that the system automatically switches between the two whenever you're accessing. Yeah. So I've actually, since I actually found that last night, it actually even contains pieces of the source code of what needs to be changed in kern module, the clock module, and IO-man.
Does that mean the 64K barrier is broken?
It will be unlocked a lot more than what it is now, which is the nice thing. So I ran some tests with it last night. I don't actually have a working demo that I could use today, but it actually ends up being where the actual main system task actually has 13K of system RAM map free. And then, of course, the system map for RBF and then system map for SEF are still at about 16K as well.
So maybe you could cram Drivewire in the RBF thing.
Actually, the reason why level 3 actually disappeared was when Drivewire actually came out. Drivewire, the DWIO module is used both by RBF and by SEF. So you would actually have to duplicate DWIO into those 2 memory spaces for each. So it's a little tricky getting that one in going.
But they got room.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a easy way to actually do that one.
So Nitrous 9 and 7, maybe level 3?
I'm depends on how fast I can actually do the conversion for level 3 on the current ease of use to see, if there's going to be any other outstanding issues.
That's pretty cool.
And the one other thing that I noticed about Alan's source code disk is this guy down at the bottom here, the SBF driver, which is actually the sequential block file manager, which was a very early version of a networking system for the CoCo. It actually uses an actual network card.
We might need that again.
Yes, I was really surprised to see that that he had the actual source for that one, because I heard about it, but I never could find a copy of it, the actual raw executable or the binary for it. But Wes Gale actually did acquire it. I don't know from where or where he got it, but it does still exist.
Nice.
So how is Alan doing these days? Alan DeCock.
He's still in Ontario. He's basically gotten out of the actual CoCo altogether. He's gotten more down to, his own personal life there, because I think he's got his daughter now, and he's kind of taking care of her, and he's into other more. He's still into the computers, but not with the actual CoCo anymore.
No, I have a text file from the 1990 with him in it from CompuServe.
Yeah.
I found Curtis Boyle too. I showed Curtis.
Yeah, because I still talk with Alan every once in a while through Facebook. That's the only place that I've actually been able to get a hold of him, and through email as well.
Do you think he'd ever want to come on and chat with us?
I've been trying to convince him of that, but it's just getting his schedule and everybody else at the same time all together.
Yeah.
So,
and the other thing that I did also find on this disc from Alan is I can't remember who was there was a person on the panel that actually got a hold of an actual SARDIS controller, which was that no-halt controller that had the built-in RAM buffers. I can't remember who it was, but they were looking for the actual drivers for that, that actually used the caching system built into that controller, and I found it, and we have it back. It actually gives you I actually had the driver and the actual controller myself, and I actually had a full 32K cache running on the actual controller itself, which really was nice.
So that's blazing fast, huh?
Oh yeah. You don't actually get any keyboard halt as you're using that disk drive. You can you type away as much as you want while the drive is being accessed.
So is this something Mr. Brain might look at to reproduce sometime? Or Ed?
One of the two will probably be interested in recreating that. It'd be nice actually if the SDC would have been no halt.
Yeah.
Right.
Because that's the one thing I noticed when I first got my SDC under OS9. It actually had to shut down IRQs while it was accessing the controller itself, instead of actually leaving them enabled and carrying on.
Geez, it seems like 10 years from now, things will be so much different.
It's getting there slowly.
See, I can't even imagine what it would be like.
Optane instead of STC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Bill, I just want to check on the time and how much time that you have, and what else you might want to go over. Maybe we'll
I think I pretty much covered what's for the beta 6 of ease of use, because there's still some things I gotta get done for development wise, so that we found out from a few of the testers already, like Patrick and Robert Galt, there a few things that they wouldn't mind tweaked that we are actually going to do.
Oh, that's great.
We appreciate all your work, you and Curtis.
Amen.
We really do.
For
Well,
real.
thank you much.
Yeah.
Well, this is great, and thank you, Alan DeCock, wherever you are, for providing this additional vault of stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm still going through this disc, and I'm finding things that, oh wow, I forgot about that.
Well, that's exciting, and that's what we're here for, and hopefully some of this stuff can end up in ease of use and get in the repository and get put on the CoCo archive, and you know, it'll be there forever.
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll be. Where's the best way to kind of learn more about what you're going to be adding for this release and future releases? Would that be the Discord server?
Yeah, it'll be on the. Most of it will be in Discord.
So NitrOS9 is level 2, and maybe it'd be nuclear 09 for level 3.
Yeah.
It's getting, yeah.
Well, that's just it. Level 3 really didn't do a speed up, but what it did was it gave you more system RAM.
Right.
So it kind of split things into a little bit better of an arrangement for your system RAM.
It's the next progression.
Yes.
Exactly. 64K for the everything was level 1. 64K for the system was level 2. Level 3 is
where it's starting to split things apart.
Open up a
making it
little
more.
Cool.
Great. Well, is there any other questions from? I know Restream chat has been having problems all day, but is there anyone on the panel that has a question about Drivewire or ease of use or anything else for Bill? Going once.
rock on.
Well, great. Well, thank you again, Bill. Thank you, Ron, for all the questions. And
Sure.
why don't we do this? Because, Ron, I think you have a little bit to show us from the garage.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little short thing.
So let's take a commercial, come back with Ron's garage, and then we'll final thoughts and close out the show. So I'll just run the Beta 6 commercial here, and then we'll be back shortly with Ron Delvaux, ladies and gentlemen.
Drivewire, Drivewire, Drivewire.
GIME-X ready. Gem Quest. MV Canvas. Home Publisher. RSB 1.3. Phantom Grab. Faster performance. Sierra Homebrew Games. Duster by Todd Waltz. Expanded Help. And much more. Ease Beta 6.
Tonight, no! You better tell me loose. You better set me free, cause I'm a hard young running free. A little bit better than I used to be, cause I'm alive. A live wire.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the comedy stylings of Mr. Ron Delvaux and Ron Garage. And Ron, the floor is yours.
Okay, share the screen. Oh, can't do it yet.
Now you can. Go ahead.
Okay. Here we go. Tell me when you see it.
I am
You
waiting
don't
to see it.
I clicked on it.
Dark.
Darn.
Not yet. There we go. Seeing it now.
See it now.
You see Ron's garage now?
Yep.
Okay. Basically, I made a high color screen for Danny.
I recognize that.
That's a CoCo 1 displaying in VG6 in CoCo VGA. Pretty neat, huh?
That's pretty good for a CoCo 1 image, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty neat. It was the right contrast and stuff. Because sometimes if you do it, you can get a pretty crappy picture. But this particular picture happened to be pretty colorful and contrasty. It just worked out nice. And then this is a modern CoCo setup these days with my, what's the name of our adapter? The switcheroo and VGA and SDC, and still have hard drives because I've been converting some floppies, mostly text files of BBSs I used to go on. And then I just read through them, and it brings back memories back in the 90s and the 80s of all that stuff. That's cool. Then I noticed one day I was looking at my manual for the CoCo 3 and noticed they have old CoCo 1 graphics in there. How cheap is that? They just, well, it's a color computer, you know, so they so they just use the old graphics. And there's many instances. This is just one. Probably one of the
Actually, that almost looks like a video text because there's not a cartridge slot on the side, and it looks like
there is
a modem button at the top.
Yeah.
There's the button at the top for memory, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I have discs in there for the. I update it for Danny's pictures. They're on my files section. This is a one for the CoCo 3 high color.
That came up really well.
Good. Really well.
Really, yeah.
Of course, we're not looking at the bits because if I get close, you know, it's a little rough. But this is in VCC, and I have to.
Hey, if you look close at me in real life, it's a little rough anyway, so that works.
That's cool. All right, so yeah, but the sky is nice. You know, the complexion, it's all good. I don't know what you used on there, but. And
that was actually taken with my phone.
Oh, cool.
That photo. Yeah.
And this is an eBay purchase I made in 2002 from Boise. It's the newer box color computer 3, and just recently one went for what, $600. And this is this picture. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
Okay. So this box here was that. I just erased some of the around the edge of it, and he had taped it all up, and there's a shipping pack label, and on there it shows when I got or when he shipped it in 2002. So I thought that was cool. I thought I'd share it on my site. Then I did Charlie Brown on both CoCo 1 and CoCo 2, and you know, VG6 and high color. That come out pretty good. I didn't include the text on the VG6 because it gets to be too small and looks ugly and you can't read it.
Good grief, Ron. It came out good.
Yeah, not bad. And this is Curtis Boyle in 8/24/1990, talking on CompuServe. I got him and Alan DeCock and a bunch of other people that I wonder if they're still around. It was interesting to read, what the concerns were of the day back then. And let's see. I did some, this I shared to different places, the Earth and the Moon. Back in the day, all we could do is either draw the planets, or if somebody had a program that they made these up. I mean, we didn't have pictures on our old CoCos, but now we can do it. So I've been scanning a lot of space stuff and even stuff that I do with my telescope and put it on the CoCo. And I think that's just so cool. I'm just thrilled with it. I'm excited about that. I like doing that. Back in the day.
So I was going to say that shot of the Earth from the moon. I love that shot. I've always loved that photo.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from one of the Apollo flights.
My favorite was the one taken of the limb descending on Apollo 11, because that includes everyone except Michael Collins.
Right, exactly. The whole world.
The entire of humanity, Buzz and Neil.
Yep.
Not Michael Collins.
It's true. And then this is the DS69. Back in the day, I don't know why I was showing the video, but back in the day, I did a lot of stuff, and I'll show you some coming up.
Ooh, that's pretty.
I'm able to take my cover off of my TDP 100 and put on the gray one and stuck a silver multi-pack on it. If you were to see this at an angle in the front, you'd see the bottom is white. But I never show that. But it looks like I've got a gray CoCo here, but this is actually a TDP 100.
It looks great.
Yeah, it does. Doesn't it? Okay.
Have you got? Is that the CoCo VGA sticker? Is that stuck on it, or is it just
no?
Sitting
It's
there?
just a card laying there. Sometimes it's over here. Sometimes it's here. Sometimes it's on the multi-pack.
That's exactly what I do with mine when I'm showing it too.
Now this is my very first CoCo, which had the same Mark Data keyboard, and it had a little switch there that I had back in the day. The only thing I have left is this multi-pack, but that was my setup back in the day, and I digitized that picture. And I did my wife and my mother-in-law and them together, and me back in the day. And I just ran across these recently. They were in with all of my text files that I was copying to the SDC. So it was kind of cool to see these again. I hadn't seen them in 30 some years, so that was cool. And
Is that switch on that one? That's a reset switch, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it's a little red switch,
Yeah.
It was a momentary switch, so it did reset.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Then I made this, I found this, someone showed it, and I thought, oh, that is so cool. So I added, because someone complained that it isn't real if it doesn't have a red break key.
Break key.
So I went in CorelDRAW and added the break key.
It's not a CoCo without a red break key, and I will stand by that.
You're welcome,
Right.
Ron.
And then I went back and made a little light on there, because we could do that, right? In fact, I was thinking we could probably put a bunch of lights on here for if we had a communications device in to show that we're going back and forth on RS-232, or we could have a hard drive light for a SDC if it was in there. Because look at all the room we got. You could have a sizable power supply in here, a CoCo motherboard, and maybe even slots on the back to have a multi-pack built in.
Don't forget to make it peril sensitive. So, if something bad is about to happen, it runs away.
Yeah, it's the actual whole size of a desk anyway. If you think of it. And so I don't know.
It looks cool though. It does.
Yeah.
It definitely looks cool.
Yeah. So if you ever get a chance to go to some of the sites that I've made, some of the go hit media, And then what's really cool is everything shows up as a tile, and you'll see thousands of pictures, thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures. And it's really pretty neat because there's just so much stuff I put up. And it's just amazing to look at, you know. And then if you see something you like, you click on it and you find out what it is I was actually doing at the time.
Hey, Ron, is Ferret Buster a CoCo game?
I don't know what that is.
Well, it was one of your pictures.
Oh.
The Ferret Buster.
I don't know.
Yep, and I know, Ron, you also post some images in the artwork channel of our Discord server.
Yes, I've done that too, because I think Steve wants to push it all the time. So he says, put some stuff in there. So I do it. You know,
You'll go far, Delvo.
Yeah.
You'll go far.
I have all these opening screens for your color computer in very different ideas, you know, if you got a 512K or 128, and you can make it easily show up on your SDC. Yeah, so I've had lots of fun. Every day I find stuff that I can do, or I become a little creative and come up with something. You know, I'll make a game banner like this, and I'd like to do more of that in the future for some games. You know what? One of the guys in our group has taken the SDC labels and has done some awesome artwork with those. Have you seen that?
You for the little tiny
SDCs.
flashcards? Yeah, they look like little floppies when he's done.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah, and I've got all these CoCos, you know, that are put away, and I'll bring one out and I'll take pictures of it and I'll look at it. And then I found out one day that there was different embossing on the back compared to white cases. That was neat to see, you know. So anyway, that's it. I won't bore you guys no more.
Hey, can I bore you for a second? I got one of these things. I got a 3D printer, right? And I printed out like some cartridge shells for these, you know, for these little CoCo EEPROM pack boards.
Okay.
You know, and so, you know, for speaking of Drivewire, this is basically a little present for somebody. It's a HDB DOS for CoCo 3 cart.
There you go.
Oh,
I got a couple of Drivewire cables that I knocked together too. So, you know, it's going to be a happy Christmas for little Mr. Anthony Courtney. You probably see him looking around on the Facebook and everything. He was the youngest member of our CoCo club. So
great.
That's
HDB DOS.
This is like Mark 1. I gutted an old color file cartridge to put it in, but 3D printer, baby.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to redraw that because there's not enough interior space in that design.
Did you draw that?
Oh, you're the one who did that?
No, someone else drew that, but the bosses inside are so big that my designs won't fit inside of it. I need to redraw it.
Oh, I see.
Because I used to take carts and Dremel tool out the internal stuff, and you know.
Well, I found out it was Sockmaster that did it.
Oh, cool.
It's a really great little design. Prints really nice on a 3D Pro. You know, and those little boards. I think the guy's name is pronounced Nexus 6 or something like that. Who designed these little boards? That was a really great little. You know, the little Gerbers for those are. You know, I mean, you can get them made at just about any shop and make your own carts and. I don't know if you're going to be doing Drivewire on a CoCo 3, you might as well have a cart. If you don't have a CoCo SDC all fired up, of course.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Actually, Ali, I got one for my CoCo 2, and instead of HDB DOS, I did RGB DOS into it.
Oh yeah, that's a good. Absolutely. I think RGB DOS is one of the things people flash on their CoCo SDCs a lot.
Yeah.
It's a good one. I don't know, just the idea of making your own carts in 2020. I never thought, you know.
Hey, how hard is it, you guys, to put ADOS on my SDC controller in one of those slots? I have an ADOS made of CoCo. You know, it's just ADOS, so it doesn't really work well with CoCo 3, but I could use it for CoCo 2 when it's in a CoCo 2. But
well, if you can burn it as a ROM, then you know, you can totally do it.
I have it as a ROM, and I took and copied it off. I did it with Paul Barton. I was at his house, and I have it now on a on a SDC as a file, as a bin file. So how do I tried putting it in one of the slots, but it didn't work. And when I went to it, it doesn't actually boot up.
Interesting.
What's the trick?
Well, did you the little boards have jumpers on them? Did you jumper it so that it's auto boot?
No, I don't want it to auto boot. I just want to put run at like 7 and then have it come up, but it doesn't come up. It's a
I
blank
think you have
screen.
the exec, like that 32 whatever number, the one that executes ROM packs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you type that in and it'll just go to the start address of the ROM pack and begin running that.
I thought
Or
it
you can
automatically
copy it.
did it.
Yeah, I thought you can copy that into one of the flash slots.
That's what I'm talking about. I did that.
It sounds like you didn't do it right.
Well, I don't. What other way is there to do it than to use the flash
I think that
utility?
would be something that would be best handled offline, because I think there's a lot to go into there. But
right.
Yes, I forget what the word. What's the word again? Some kind of fruit.
Broccoli.
Broccoli. That was it.
Asparagus.
Asparagus.
Well, speaking of asparagus, is there anyone else on the panel that has something that can't wait till next week? I just want to make sure. Danny, you're good. We heard from Allison.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Allison. Brian Schubring, you're okay. Chet, Alan.
I'm good.
They save the best for last.
Always.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. Really want to thank Bill Noble, who's still on the panel, L. Curtis Boyle,
Yep.
Alan DeCock making an appearance in a sort of way today. Thank you, Alan. You can find Ron Delvaux on his 75 Facebook group pages.
It's true.
And
push the button, Frank.
I
have a request for the closing credits.
Jason's so salty today.
I second the motion.
Speaking of Facebook, you can go. There is a NitrOS9 page on Facebook where Bill Pierce, Chris Burke, many other luminaries are on there to answer your questions. We also have our Discord server at discord.cocotalk.live. Please join us there. There's a whole bunch more that we were not able to demo today. There's a lot in Ease of Use Beta 6 coming out, and stay tuned. And really excited to have all of you here today. I would like to not thank Restream.io for breaking the chat and giving me some agita and making over the course of the show as our chat was not working. But I do see Lord Dragon out there. Thank you, Todd Wallace, and everyone else who was in the chat, and Brian Weisler and all the rest of the folks that were on the panel. Marco, appreciate all your help out there dealing with the chat situation and bringing those questions up to the forefront. And we will see y'all out there on Facebook and Discord. And Mark Bosley, thank you, and anyone else I forgot. It's been a long show, but we'll see you, and it's exciting, and see you on the other side, everyone.
Auf Wiedersehen.
See ya.
Good day.
Bye-bye.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at cocotalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.